Sure. Okay. I'm going to take a break. Somebody set up a PA system so they can hear outside? No.
They're trying to get the TVs to work, but the system has to go by and have to try and nothing's on the system.
Hello, everybody. It is, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, I'll try to be loud. It's February 6th, Tuesday. It is 7 p.m. Oh, thank you. It's time for the City Council regular meeting, so we will call that to order. Would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Councilman Harvey Curley and then followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Wow. Gracious Heavenly Father, first of all, let me pray to you with all the citizens that are here from Eastpointe today. Bless them, and particularly bless them as they go home, that they're careful and that they get home safely. And Lord, we would ask that you would bless the council tonight. Regardless of what happens tonight, Lord, we love you and we know that you love us. And let us be civil to each other, and let us leave here with friendship and love in our heart for each other. We ask these things in your Son's holy name, Jesus, the living Christ. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, everyone. The first order of business is we have a City of Eastpointe Proclamation Black History Month for February 2024. So this has been signed by all of council, and I'm going to read it out.
Mr. Mayor, could we honor by standing out front?
We could do that.
Would that be nice?
Yeah, we could do it
Let's
that
do
way.
that.
All right. Is there anyone from, I don't believe so. Is there anyone from ACDC that did want to stand up as? Okay. Oh, can you hear me now? I'll lean in. All right, so I'm going to read out the City of Eastpointe Proclamation for Black History Month, February 2024. Whereas the City of Eastpointe recognizes the significance of Black History Month in our community, our state, and our nation. Whereas the City of Eastpointe recognizes the month of February as Black History Month, which dates back to 1926 when Dr. Carter G. Woodson set aside a special period of time in February to recognize the heritage and achievement of Black Americans. And whereas the City of Eastpointe believes in representation and appreciates the importance that local leaders of African American descent have in our community. And whereas the City of Eastpointe recognizes our moral responsibility and duty to work to achieve a more perfect union. And Whereas the City of Eastpointe encourages its employees, residents, and business owners to practice active anti-racist behaviors. And whereas the City of Eastpointe denounces all discrimination in any form as an affront to our inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas the City of Eastpointe condemns racism in all forms in our neighborhoods, in our policymaking, and in our policing. And whereas the City of Eastpointe recognizes the work already done by employees, residents, and business owners to achieve racial equity in our community. And whereas the City of Eastpointe affirms that Black history is American history, and we recognize February not to limit the learning of Black history to 1 month, but to encourage reflection for all citizens so that we may preserve, strengthen, and further our shared fundamental principles of equality. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of this City Council declare the month of February 2024 as Black History Month in the City of Eastpointe, and urge residents to recognize the contributions and experiences of people of African American descent within our community. Proclaim this 6th day of February 2024. All right, next we have our presentation regarding the alternate 9-mile reconstruction design plans from AEW. Should I just kick this over to Ryan Kern? Mr. Kern.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. As you're aware, we put out to bid the second phase of the 9-mile reconstruction from Gratiot to Tuscany. We had that bid opening on December 1st. Those bids came in higher than we anticipated. That bid amount, the low bid amount that was received was just over $5.6 million. And at the December 5th council meeting, council decided to reject those bids and revisit the project and look at potential alternative design options. I don't know if I can be any louder. I don't.
Yeah, if you could just try to keep it up. I'm not sure if we can increase the volume on that.
Give us 1 second here.
Oh, that would be fine too.
All right. Any better? I have to put it in my mouth.
No. I mean,
Better up there, maybe?
at this point, just try to keep your voice up, I suppose.
Let's see if this works better. It's hard to reach to the microphone over there. I don't know if it's any better here. I don't know.
Just yell.
All right. All right. So, like I said, the 9-mile project was originally bid out in December. We had a low bid of $5.6 million. And at that time, council decided to reject those bids and look at alternative design options. We've gone back and looked at 2 different design options with 3 lanes, reducing it, doing a road diet from 5 lanes down to 3 lanes. One option is to make it 3 lanes from Gratiot to Tuscany, and the other option is to start it at Donald Street to Kelly Road. Both those options are a set of plans that are out front here that can be viewed. I've also got a part of it up here on the screens as well, and there's also some sketches behind me too that have an outline of what's proposed as an alternate. From Gratiot to Kelly, the alternative design would reduce the cross-section from a 5-lane road to 3 lanes and provide separate bus lanes throughout where there's bus stops currently at. All 3 lanes would be 12 feet in width. With the reduction in the cross-section, it would create more green space. You'd have an additional 12 feet of green space on both sides of the road. There's a potential of additional parking along that as well. The project does not include any raised island medians or bike lanes. I know that was discussed at the when we last discussed this in front of council, that we would not consider bike lanes. And there's the potential for widening pedestrian facilities and additional crosswalks as well. We did provide the option from Donald to Kelly as well, as there were concerns with public safety, with the police and fire stations being between Gratiot and Pleasant, with the potential of congestion and just the access for police and fire vehicles. We did offer the option too of reducing the roadway to 3 lanes starting just west of Donald and heading to Kelly. And then we're also working on the 3rd phase design that goes from Tuscany all the way to I-94. If the city were to choose to go forward with the road diet plan, we would be looking to continue that road diet to Kelly Road. Kelly to I-94 would become a 4-lane road with a median is what we're proposing, but that we still have to finish that design and present that at a later date to council. There was also discussion of a 4-lane alternative to look at. That does not meet the design criteria for MDOT. It also creates safety issues. There was talk of having a designated emergency lane, but that's not going to be feasible, and it would actually be a higher cost than what the low bid was originally. The cost for a reduction, originally we had estimated $5.1 million to do a road diet from Gratiot to Tuscany. After doing the redesign, we now estimate that to be just over $5.2 million, and that's based upon the unit bid pricing that we received from Florence Cement in the original bid. So that's not to say that that's what the bids are going to come in. They could come in higher or lower. That's basically a difference of $390,000 between the original bid and what we're estimating for this plan. You'd think that with the reduction of pavement that the price would come down quite a bit, but you still have to consider that with the removal of the pavement, you have a lot of vegetation that needs to be done. With the removal of the roadway, you still have embankment that needs to be placed. The drive approaches have to be extended. The storm sewer has to be extended, and there's additional sidewalk and handicap work that's involved in that too, as well as the bus lanes that would be added as well. The estimate does not include streetscape or tree placement, which I know is something that the city wants to consider, which can be done with the road diet. There's plenty of room to do that type of work. It would have to be done under a separate project. There's grant opportunities out there, the TAP grant project, enhancement grant program, that the city could apply for additional grant funding to do that work, but that is not included, that was not part of the original scope of this project, as well as stormwater management, rain gardens. That's something that could be considered in the future as well. And I know the city, as well as several agencies, have gotten together recently to talk about stormwater management and adding rain gardens along the 9-mile corridor. We did not consider bike lanes. We did not consider in this widening pedestrian facilities. That's a possibility with widening the existing sidewalks that are there. I will say that if you were to widen the existing sidewalks just a minimum of 3 additional feet, both sides for the entire corridor, you're looking at an additional $350,000 to do that based on the pricing that we're seeing. And we did not include additional crosswalks, but that's something that can be added as well.
Why are you doing this in the first place?
Sir, I understand there's a lot of people here who have a lot of opinions on this. Please let him get through his presentation. We are going to have a hearing where everyone can come up and speak.
Excuse me, we have more people here than are here. Maybe the speaker could be here so everybody can hear it. People are very interested. We need somebody to come here so we can hear.
All right. I do want you guys to all hear what's going on. I'm sure everyone feels that way. I think, well, let me ask administration, would it make sense to maybe pause for a second and see if we can do anything?
So our speaker, no, the podium is affixed there. There's a,
Hold on one second. I'm sorry, Ms. Holman?
no, our podium unfortunately only goes a foot or two in either direction, and our speakers are in here. I believe they're trying, the city manager is trying to get the TVs on in the hallway, so ideally, the speakers are in
Still gonna be the
here.
same speaker.
What?
I'm sorry? Yeah, coming up to the front. Yeah, you know what? Part of what I'd like to do, if some of those people that are in the back are okay with it, at the very back, if you guys are standing around, we have some more room where people can come in here. Yeah, I have no problem with people kind of moving forward just to make room for everyone. Oh,
Yeah, 72.
oh, how many do we,
It says 72 on the sign.
all right, let's let a few people come in. If you're seated at the back, stay back there.
Well, no, I mean, just
Great suggestion.
when they're speaking, they're moving back away from.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, we need to stop them? Okay, excuse me, so we're at capacity within this room, so I think we have to stop letting more people come in. Are people able to hear my microphone a little bit better than other people? Why don't we, yeah, take my seat. It should be, but if they can, if he can project forward that way too. Oh, just, I'm okay. No, go ahead, take a seat. I'll take Mariah's seat for now.
Oh, he's just letting him use his mic.
Yeah.
I'll be the mayor for the day.
There is an extra seat.
You can try to just project as much.
Yeah. All right. All right, we'll try this. All right, I did provide council as well a summary of the queuing or the stacking of vehicles based upon a road diet. It shows the existing conditions. All right. It shows the existing conditions as well as what the stacking would be during a peak hour volume, both in the AM and the PM hours, so between 7 and 8 AM and between 5 and 6 PM. It shows the difference in the stacking of the vehicles there, and there is an increase in the stacking of vehicles at certain intersections as well, and that has been presented to council as well. And I'll be glad to answer any questions on that. Just a reminder, the traffic counts along that route are 22,400 vehicles per day. That's the average traffic volume along 9 Mile in that corridor. Really, other than that, I really don't have anything else, and I really just open it up to questions that the council has in regards to the alternative plan.
Does council have any questions that they want to follow up with?
They'll just have one. Could you explain where the bus stops are and how that works?
The bus stops that we're proposing are currently at existing stops. We would coordinate that with SMART. It's possible that some of those may have to change. SMART may request that some of the locations may change, but right now, where they're proposed, those are existing bus stops.
Like with the cutout of the road?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
how that would work?
Yeah, so basically what's shown right now on the screen shows two of the basically bump outs for the bus stops. So there would be a taper. Basically you would add that second lane back in for a bus to pull in and stop so that it's out of the through traffic. So it'd be out of the way of through traffic so it's not stopping traffic.
And I did want to clarify that because it's not really a bus lane. It's sort of almost like a parking space for them to pull over.
Just for buses, correct.
And I don't know if you'll have the answer to this. The only question I had was, I know we had discussed the 4-lane. You said it was not feasible with MDOT. Would you be able to elaborate on that, or?
Yeah, I can a little bit. There's definitely safety issues with that, with the number of access points that are along 9 Mile intersections. Usually you'll see an emergency lane or an extra lane that's striped out, usually on higher volume roads or freeways where there's not a lot of access points.
Did anyone else have any questions from council?
I just have one. You mentioned the cost of the project. Does this cost include the cost for this design, this redesign?
No, it does not. So the project, 81.85% of the construction is being paid through federal assistance. There's federal aid funding that's being received by the city for the construction costs. then the match, the 18.15% match is being covered by the Act 51 funds that the city receives from the state through the gas tax. But all the costs involved with design and redesign, construction inspection, surveying, all the soft costs would be 100% funded through the city, again, through the Act 51 gas tax.
Do we know, I mean, like, even just to redesign as we have now, because we had the 5-lane design, what is the cost of, like, what did it cost us to get this? You know, I know we have two different ideas. Is there a rough number of what that?
There is, yeah. So we'll still have some tweaks to make to this design if we were to proceed with moving forward with submitting this to MDOT. Be about $30,000 to $40,000 in additional costs in the end.
On top of the 4?
Right, correct.
Thank you.
All right. Does anyone?
This question's, it's just me, I know. But can you explain, when you say a road diet, I doubt there's more than 4 people out there that know what the hell we're talking about when we say road diet. Who came up with that ridiculous term, and what does that mean?
Yeah. So that's a term that was derived from the Federal Highway Administration. It basically you're shrinking the road. So whether it's 5 lanes or 4 lanes to 3 or 5 lanes to 3, basically if you're shrinking a road and reducing the number of lanes, the Federal Highway Administration has termed that a road diet.
Please hold your comments until the public hearing. Okay, does anyone else have any questions?
Just
From council.
got one more question. Can we talk about how the transition would work for either of the plans that you've put forward from, going west to east, east to west?
So, yeah, so if you go from Gratiot to Tuscany, eastbound Gratiot, the logical way would be, right, and we just reconstructed west of Gratiot to the 5-lane cross section. So you have a right turn lane there now on eastbound 9 Mile onto southbound Gratiot. The right through lane would also become a turn lane, and then the left lane would be the through lane to continue on to 9 Mile onto that one eastbound lane. Westbound, it would just transition. It would have a taper before Tuscany for now until we get to the 3rd phase. And then that would extend to Kelly. It'd be similar at Kelly Road. Going westbound, you'd have 2 lanes turning right onto Kelly Road with 1 through lane.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's it.
I have a question.
Please, no, I'm sorry. During the meeting, you can come up and make comments. And you will have to wait till after the meeting then if you want to have.
Are there on 9 Mile between Gratiot and?
Okay, I'm sorry. I understand that you want to ask that. You can ask that during the hearing. We'll respond if we can. But there's a lot of people here, so we got to keep order to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak. So.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mariah, I know I took your seat there for a minute. Okay, so with that, can we please call the roll?
Councilmember Baker,
Here.
Councilmember Curley,
Here.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Here.
Mayor Kleinfeld,
Here.
Councilmember Pashadlik.
Here.
Moving on to approval of the agenda, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved by Mr. DeMonico, supported by Councilwoman Pashadlik. Please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Pashadlik,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
No.
Mayor Kleinfeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
All right, moving on to the first hearing of the public. I do want everyone to understand we have 2 separate hearings on the agenda for today. The first hearing is for non-9 Mile related issues, and we will shortly go on to the 9 Mile hearing. So is there anyone who would wish to be heard at this time for the first hearing of the public, which is now open? Please come up and state your name. Everyone has 3 minutes to speak. I might let you know if you have 30 seconds left.
Okay. I'm Mina Mahone. I'm an artist and I do music. I just want to speak on the parks and recreations. Will there be an upgrade to that?
We can't answer questions at this point, but we can try to respond when we get to our comments.
Okay, so do I just like walk away after I say that, or?
Unless you have more to say, yes.
Well, I was just saying, like, maybe we could upgrade our parks to be more family-oriented, and also, like, when you guys do the 9 Mile, if we can do, like, a bike lane or, like, pedestrian lane for people to use.
Okay. Also, I know it'll be a long meeting, and our comments are probably going to be a little while from now. If you want to leave your name and contact information with Kim over there, just walk around and give it to her.
Okay.
We can follow up then.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Would anyone else wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Connor, and I'm here representing State Representative Kimberly Edwards, who represents Eastpointe. Just want to announce 2 upcoming events she has. Tomorrow night at the Eastpointe Memorial Library from 6 to 7, she has her listening hours. So if you have any issues related to state politics, please feel free to come out, meet your representative, and talk to us. She also has a community health resource fair coming up on February 24th. That will be on Saturday from 1 to 4. MDHHS will be there, so if you have issues with unemployment, food stamps, anything state-related, mental health-related, that will be at the VFW Hall on 9 Mile, yes. And you can Google Kimberly Edwards to get the contact information to the office. Her email is kimberlyedwards@house.mi.gov. Reach out to us. We're happy to connect. All of you guys are invited as well. We'd love to see more elected officials there. We just want to make sure that people feel like they have access to the state government and access to all the resources, especially in regards to healthcare and community mental health. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to be heard? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Did I cut somebody off?
No, you didn't. Go ahead.
Karen Morajan, Eastpointe resident. Councilman Curley, happy birthday. What a turnout for your birthday.
Thank you.
And so before I go into all my comments, I really wish we still had Harvey Creech with us. To this day, I miss him dearly. Most of you know that he and I we made one hell of a team in our comments and concerns with the city. And so even though he's no longer here with us physically, I know he is in spirit. I know he would have a lot of questions in regards to the next public hearing with taxes and budget and so on and so forth. And I honestly hope that when we get to the other public hearing, all of the residents who have showed up tonight, these concerns are taken seriously. When I gathered, it was roughly 130 signatures to request that a park be renamed after Harvey, that went nowhere. And that's really disappointing because he gave his heart and soul to this city. And I don't feel like that was asking too much. His family still has not been honored at a council meeting, and that has been done for other families. I've mentioned it quite a few times. Has anybody reached out to his wife? They were together for 50 years. To this day, she still grieves his loss. That's really difficult when you spend a lifetime with somebody, and it's when the dust settles after somebody dies, that's when they need the most support, but that's when everybody kind of starts disappearing. And with that said, now I'm going to address some other safety concerns, especially our animals. And Macomb County Animal Control came up with best care practice, and it's up to each city throughout Macomb County to adopt those. I think we really need to adopt those. We've got a huge problem.
You have 30 seconds.
Animals being lost here, neglected. There's hoarding going on. It's pretty horrendous what's going on with the animals. And the last thing I'm going to say, even though it didn't happen in Eastpointe, thank God the jury did the right thing in convicting Jennifer Crumbly on all four counts of involuntary manslaughter. Thank God they exercised good common sense, and way to go, Karen McDonald, in proving your case
Thank
beyond
you.
a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to be heard?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Wanda Moody, and I stand before you on behalf of the Arts and Culture Diversity Commission. I'm the chair of that commission, and Councilwoman Margaret probably will reiterate this afternoon. However, we have been celebrating Black History Month at the Eastpointe Library this month, and on Mondays, 4:30 to 5:30. We had an event on Monday, and it was entitled Braiding Had a Meaning. And what that is that African Americans that were enslaved, they used the cornrows of the braiding of their hair to direct individuals how to escape. And no one probably knew that, but that is some very interesting information. So we are asking everyone to come out and join us for this month on Monday, February 19th. We will not be there because of early voting. However, on the 12th, we will be there, 4:30 to 5:30, recognizing Harriet Tubman. And then on Monday, February 26th, we will have an African-American craft show. So we're asking everyone to come out. This information was posted on social media. It too was posted with this constant contact. You wouldn't have been able to find it there. So we would like everyone to come out and join us for Black History Month in recognition. And we would like to say thank you to the council for recognizing Black History Month 2024 here in Eastpointe. And it is my prayer that we act upon exactly what we said in that proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to? Yes, sir. So it's related to the 9 Mile project? Yes. So I would wait until we have the actual 9 Mile hearing for that. Thank you. Would anyone else wish to be heard? I'm sorry, I didn't see you walking up, but.
I'm sorry.
No, you can go, but.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Congratulations on becoming mayor. I did get people to vote for you, so that's a good thing. Okay, my name's Larry Spokes, and the only thing I want to talk about is speeders up and down the side roads. It is unbelievable that they go 90 miles an hour down streets. Brittany, Tuscany, all these streets where there's kids and stuff like this. This is a very important issue for the residents there. Kids are playing in the streets, and of course they don't watch out too much, and a lot of the parents don't watch the kids. So these guys going down the street are going to take them out. My car has been totaled 3 times on the street, pushed down 10 houses. And the police told me, and I'm not against the police, I love the police, but they told me, well, she said she was only doing 25. And I go, 100 miles an hour or 25 miles an hour? Because, and then when I went to court on the same situation, just so you know, the court didn't want to listen to me because they thought the victim should have the one causing the crime should have the rights, and the victims don't have rights. And she didn't cover anything in my car or anything like that, or any kind of expenses that I needed to cover, even though I had insurance. Why didn't the insurance have to pay for someone else's neglect? Okay, I just wanted you to make it aware of that. There is a gigantic problem with speeding down side streets. And people going to get killed, and we have to do something about it. And I don't know if you park a police officer on the corner somewhere and check it out, but these people are going like crazy. You can't even see them, they're so fast. That's how my car got totaled 3 times parked in the street. In the middle of the night, police are knocking on my door. Is this your car? Is this your bumper? Oh, where's my car? Well, it's down there, 800 houses away. But she's only doing 25. Poor girl, we got to give her a shot. She deserves another chance. She don't. She was drunk. 2 of them were drunk doing that. And they got their chances, but I got nothing. So I think as a resident of Eastpointe, If I'm not gonna get nothing, we should get some satisfaction about taking care of the speeders. That's all. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, please step up. Thank you.
Hello, hello. My name is LaToya Willis, and I just wanted to introduce myself to you all and to everyone in the audience. I am running for a seat, an open seat on the Michigan Court of Appeals for District 2, which includes all of Macomb counties. I have, for the last 21 years, been an assistant prosecuting attorney with the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, which is one of the busiest prosecutor's offices in the nation. And I believe that that experience matters because our Court of Appeals handles one of the most heavy appellate dockets in the nation. I have handled over 1,000 cases. I'm currently the lead attorney over the mortgage and deed fraud section of our office. I'm currently the appointed chairperson by the Michigan Supreme Court of the Attorney Grievance Commission, and I wanted to introduce myself to you all. I see you all have a busy night planned, so I don't want to take up too much time, but I did want to introduce myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to be heard?
Yes, my name is Sue O'Lear, and I live on Bell Avenue across the street from Total Experience. It should be called Total Nightmare. They are blocking traffic up and down Hoss, Bell, and Forest. If an ambulance had to get down that street, it ain't gonna happen. Because they're parked everywhere, parking right in front of my house, all the way down the street actually, in no parking zone. I've called the Eastpointe Police Department, which I love the police, but you don't respond to phone calls. And I'd like to know if he put in a sprinkler system. Can anybody answer that question for me?
We can't right now, but we might be able to answer that during our comments. And also, you can leave your information with Ms. Holman over here.
Because if it's not, he's supposed to be limited to 100 people. There's more than 100 cars.
No, I understand. So,
Ask Margaret. Okay, where do I leave my information?
if you could walk over around here, Ms. Holman, can you raise your hand? Would anyone else wish to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Shayna Giles, Giles. I've been a resident of Eastpointe for about 16 years. I'm on Lexington. I would love, instead of a road diet, I would love to see our streets repaired. Lexington is so raggedy. It's horrible. You have to do like 1 mile an hour down the road. I would love to see speed bumps instead of to speak to the speed issue. So I think that with the $9 million something bucks, we could do something to actually help us, like the street again. They do patches, they'll throw some tar. 2 days later, it's another huge hole or it's worse. So things of that, I don't think we need a diet. I don't think we need to narrow the roads. I think that's gonna force traffic down residential streets where it's already horrible. I'm 2 houses off of a corner. They don't stop. They barely yield, so speaking to the gentleman's point. So yes, speed bumps and street repairs is what I would like to see as opposed to a road diet. I don't know what else was said because I was way in the back and you can't hear, but I see everybody shaking their heads, no road diet, no road diet. I see yes to speed bumps, maybe yes to pothole or street repairs, not just little short, tiny fixes. The entrance to my driveway is horrible, but I got a letter saying $1,800, $2,000 to fix it. Why? That's crazy to me when the rest of the street is a mess. So I think things should be reevaluated and I say no. And just really quick, that little area right there at Dine and Gratiot that took forever to put like the pretty trees and lights. The lights never worked. They blinked for about 4 months. They took them down. They put in dirt, dug the dirt up. So all this for months to get nothing. It looks horrible. And it just took away from, it was just bad. So I think that a road diet should be a no-go. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, hold on one second. Would you mind leaving your name in contact with Ms. Homan? And I'm going to try to say this louder. So can the people in the hallway hear me? Can anyone hear me?
They can hear you in here, they can't hear you out.
Okay. So I'm just going to remind everyone, this is the general hearing of the public, and we're going to go into the specific 9 Mile hearing of the public. So if you want to speak on 9 Mile, sit tight for a second. That'll be our next hearing. If you have other things to speak about, if maybe you could line up too, because I know I'm scanning the room and I don't know if I'm missing anyone, and we can continue with that. Yeah. Does anyone want to speak for the general hearing of the public not related to 9 Mile? All right. I know you were standing there, sir. Please. Oh.
Hello, my name is Quentin Davis, and I want to know what is the procedures when you call animal control, because I was left a notice where it was on the ground. I was left a notice and it was on the ground at night. It told me to call. I called the next day. Within 48 hours, no one was there. I called multiple times. Nobody answered the phone. I didn't know if I was supposed to leave a voicemail or what. So then, weeks later, I get a ticket. And one of the tickets I got to go to court for. So how does that work? Do I leave voicemails? Do I do emails? How did that work?
Again, we can't answer questions now. Can you leave your information with Ms. Holman over there as well?
Okay, I got another one. Have you guys ever gave consideration to amending the coding for privacy fences? As far as needing your neighbors to approve it?
Again, if you have comments or questions, we'll get back to you during our comments, but we'll respond to the questions we can.
Okay, and it's one more. Sewer. If it's broken in the street, does the resident have to apply for a permit to get it fixed? Or is that a city issue?
Again, thank you. We'll respond when we get to our comments.
Say it again.
He'll answer you later.
We'll respond when we get to our comments.
Hi, I'm
Thank you.
Janice Porter. I live on Veronica, and in front of St. Veronica's Church is a one-way street, but it's never, half the time you see cars coming down the wrong way. They're going onto the other side street, or they're going right through the stop signs because it's only on 3 sides, and the 4th side has no stop sign because it's a one-way street. And it's only a matter of time before there's going to be a major accident there.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to be heard?
I have a question for you, a statement. I'm a vet, and the thing about it is that my name is Cameron.
Are you able to come up to the podium?
I have a rule right here. I don't want to try to get around.
Okay.
It's going to be tough.
Oh. Does she have a microphone? Hold on one moment. We'll bring a microphone to you.
When she getting that mic, somebody else can say something.
Thank you. Would someone else wish to be heard? I saw someone walking up.
So was I. I was standing in line before this spoke.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Hammondtree. I live on Forest Avenue. Although I was just standing in line because she couldn't fit her wheelchair in the line, so I'm going to pass the mic over to my mother now.
Okay, do you want us to wait for a handheld microphone?
Is there one available?
Yes, yes.
That might be helpful. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the gentleman in the back first, and then we'll bring it over to you.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. My name is Willie G. Conley. I'm a Command Sergeant Major retired from the United States Army. Question is, I hear about speed bumps needed in certain areas and speeders running down the street. The streets are terrible in this vicinity I live. I live on Curtin between Roslyn and Wilmot. The biggest problem we have in that area is speeders. Okay, the next thing I have for you, I'm going to write them down and send them through email. Hopefully I'll get a response, because when I come to meetings, I have not seen anything up there other than my friend right there recognized me as a vet. There's no veteran on your council. I want to know why. That's a question for you all to consider later on. If there are any vets in here, please stand. All you vets, thank you for your service.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dawn Hammontree. I live on Forest. I want to address the sidewalks in this town. As you can see, I am a wheelchair user, and for trips of a few blocks, like to my doctor or the pharmacy, I use the sidewalks and the wheelchair. Some of the sidewalks are so torn up that it's not safe for a wheelchair user or someone with mobility problems. I was on my way here tonight, and I almost fell out of the chair when I hit a crack. There is a stretch of 10 Mile near the expressway. I can't navigate. It's just too broken up. It really needs to be addressed. If I was not paying attention, there's potential for serious injury or loss of my wheelchair, and I depend on this chair. I would really like to see something done about the sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Would anyone else wish to be heard?
My name is Venus
Oh.
Earls.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
My name is Venus Earls, Earles. I live on Brittany. I frequent Spindler Park with my children, and I just want to say somebody needs to check on the dilapidation of the park. I would like to say there are some slides that are unhinged and coming apart. There are spaces in between the spiral slides, and no one is really paying attention to that. So I just would like to say, to advocate for our children, that we need to make sure that our parks are up to par. The slide at Spindler Park, specifically, that one is coming apart, and the kids still play on it. They don't know, and they don't see it coming. That's an accident waiting to happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Shirley Peak. I have lived in this city since 1949, and this is about Total Experience Hall. The Planning Commission set up a good set of guidelines and rules to follow for the hall. The last council bypassed most of this before their term was up, and now it is a free-for-all there. The parking lot still is bad. He's only did patchwork, which is really bad. He put yellow lines in over the grass and the weeds. It looks terrible. He was only allowed to have 99 people in there. There's many more than that on each weekend when he has doings there. And if there has been more than 99 people, why hasn't the water suppression system been put in? We need answers from the fire department. 4 times just recently, there has been utter chaos down there with parking. They tie up the entrance and the exit from Bell and the alleyway, and cars can't get through. They actually park in the alley where it's illegal, and they tie it all up. You can't even get through from one street to the other. They open car doors and stand in the street and talk when people are trying to get down the street to get into their homes. One night I came through the alley, and at the approach, there was a trailer covering the whole approach, hooked onto a car, and there it sat. I couldn't get through onto my street. Many of the residents on Bell are very disgusted with this because you can't get in or off of Gratiot. They had parking along Gratiot also, which was bumper to bumper. They had Hoss, Bell, and Forest all tied up. We had to go down to Wilson to go up to Phlox to come back to Bell to get down our street to get in our driveway. Then when you try to get in the driveway, they've got some of the vehicles blocking some of the approach. I had to go up on the grass to get on my own driveway, and we're paying taxes for all this.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. Does he have permission from that owner of the used car place to let people park on that lot? We need answers on that. And why haven't these people been ticketed for all the illegal parking that has been going on in that area? During the big snowstorm, he took his snow and shoveled it across the street onto the curb and piled it all in a parking lane. I don't know if he was ticketed for that or not, but that is wrong also.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council people, State Senator, Mr. Lucido. I miss, where does our Commissioner Lucido? Oh, well, anyway, I'm here because I read this for your January 23rd meeting. And on it, it has joint and crack sealing. I was the inspector when we paved Virginia, which is next to my house, about 7 or 8 years ago. If you don't get that joint sealed and the cracks, longitudinal transfer sealed, that road's going to come up. Parks, 9 Mile Road, Kelly, 8 Mile Road, and Gratiot. Find me a park there. Find me a place for the kids to play. Find me a place where they can play basketball. One place, Pleasant View High School, or grade school. Cantner School, which is now the church, has a complete outfit there, but it's for their people only. Water storage. The company I worked for a few years ago did a $158,000 survey on that tank. Found it excellent to use. And with that, we were supposed to use that at night to fill it up to help the cost of the water bills that we are getting. Right now, it would help us immensely. What are we going to do with that? If we're not going to do anything with it, and I don't think we should go and get with Roseville, let them get their own. Let's do East Detroit. I'm sorry, Eastpointe. And the last thing, last council meeting, I asked, what are you doing about the marijuana businesses? I did not hear any answer in the comments. I'd like to know, and I think a lot of people here would like to know what is going on. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to be here? Thanks.
Hello to everyone. My name is Chris Magda, and I live on Cushing off of 9 Mile. And I just wanted to say that there are cities and counties and other parts in other states in this country, they have this law, it's called no huffing. We have this issue in Eastpointe where people are parking their cars, they're talking to each other on their cell phones, the cars are running, the headlights are on, they're parked in opposition on the street, they're parked the wrong way, and everything, and they sit there. There's 2 cars, 4 cars, 6 cars, many cars, and then they get out and they talk to each other. They change seats, they change cars with each other, this and that. This is going on, it's like, wait a minute, is this why, so I want to sit on my front porch and I want to watch this? And it doesn't matter, it's day or night, okay? I say, they need to do this no huffing law, where you're not allowed to be standing there parking with your car, with your headlights on and all this. It's like loitering in a vehicle. When they loiter on the street, you don't let them do that. But this happening in vehicles now, because they don't want to be doing it on the street, because they'd get, arrested or ticketed and that. And then another thing is, City of Eastpointe needs to ramp up, change their laws about the housing, conditions of the houses, okay? The houses that are left, vacant or whatever, or not used, and this and that. No downspouts, water's running down. The dryer vents are eaten off by rodents, and rodents are going in and out of the house. Debris, garbage, boats in the backyard, everything, It looks like, Sanford and Son in a bad way, and that. And we need to stop this. And overgrowth of tree weeds and everything in the backyards, that it's like running into the houses, and you're over here trying to keep your lawn nice and your yard nice, and you're constantly being invaded by these invasive, weeds and everything, because these people aren't taking care of anything. We need to ramp up on these things. We're supposed to be a family town. Let's start showing that, and getting people to be responsible for their things. A lot of these houses are bought by investors who rent them out. Okay, and these people don't care. They live in it, they rent it, they're gone, and that's it.
Thank you. Right, would anyone else wish to be heard?
My name's Michelle Bradley. I've lived here my entire life. I want to address our new garbage people. I don't know if this was for cost savings or what, but I'm disgusted by the fact that it's appropriate to leave things just scattered on our streets, so we do look like an inner city. We have mattresses, and I understand there's guidelines, but who has sheets of plastic to wrap up mattresses? We are seeing styrofoam containers, pails left. I cannot imagine that this is what we want our town to look like by hiring a new garbage facility that is leaving trash. And people aren't picking up that trash, whether they have left. Listen, we have evictions all the time. So we have garbage, we have houses from garbage that are evicted or move out from covering an entire expanse of a front of a house. And some of that stuff is left, whether the truck is full. I put my garbage out every night. One morning, we didn't get it out before 7 a.m. They didn't come down my street yet, so I called because they didn't take my garbage. I called, they said, "Ma'am, we have you on video, and you did not have your garbage out by 7 a.m., and we will not pick it up. Your garbage has to be out by 7 a.m. because I believe the first truck that comes down runs a video. And so then they know how many trucks they need to come pick up their trash. Makes sense. But, so it just sits there? And what about the houses that are vacant? What about the elderly that have people come take their garbage out, their grandsons, their granddaughters, that can't get out there to bring their garbage back? What about the empty houses with mattresses and plastic and styrofoam that are sitting out there from week to week, and the garbage is never being picked up? Because sooner or later, we're gonna have 1 year of this new company, and our city streets are gonna end up looking like inner city streets where they gave up on that city, and we're not ready to give up on ours. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, would anyone else?
Good evening. My name is John Braddock, and live on Miss Marine Street in Eastpointe. Business on 9 Mile in Eastpointe. And just regarding the agenda, I probably don't come here enough to be said this, but is there any consideration where we have a marquee issue like this to put it up front so that, people might not have to stand so long if they're here just for that one issue?
I appreciate that, thank you. Would anyone else wish to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Linda Hallett. We have lived in Eastpointe since 1975, and I wanted to enforce the woman who just spoke about the trash. I had a similar incident. My neighbor's trash wasn't out, and I took it out because I knew she couldn't get it out. But it wasn't out there by 7:30, and they came down the street, and I called for them to come back, and the guy said, well, it wasn't out there at 7:30, so we're not picking it up. And that's true. That's exactly true, and that's what they do. They take pictures, and then they don't come back. Unless you bug them too much. And I did.
Thank you. All right, would anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else? All right, we're closing the first hearing of the public. We just have a couple of quick things. Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to receive and file the minutes of the regular meeting of January 9th, 2024.
I'll second that.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd move to receive and file the minutes of the regular meeting on January 16th, 2024.
Second that.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
And lastly, Mr. Mayor, I would move to receive and file the minutes of the special meeting of January 23rd, 2024.
I'll second that also.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes. All right, moving on to our scheduled hearing. This is our public hearing for the 9 Mile Road reconstruction and potential road diet lane conversation. So again, I'm going to let everyone know there's a 3-minute time limit on this. If people would like to line up, because I know a lot of people want to speak, I think I'll just kind of let people speak as they get to the podium so we can quickly get to it. Please state your name. And just a reminder, if you have questions, it's okay to pose them at this point. You can leave information with Ms. Homan so that we can follow up.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
People need to put their names on the sign-in.
Oh, do we have it over at the podium?
Yes, we do. It's an MDOT requirement.
Okay, do we have a pen over there too?
Yes, there's a pen here.
Okay, just checking. So when people step up, if you can sign in and then speak. Do we have it on a clipboard? Just so the people behind them can fill that out while the speaking's happening. All right, so with that, I will open this public hearing. Please go ahead.
My name's Ken Hoffman. I'm 75 years old. I'm deaf, or going deaf. I have hearing aids. When you're out there, you've got to have something to tell those people. I was sitting out there and couldn't hear a darn thing from the beginning of the meeting until I walked in behind this side of the glass. So you got to do something with that.
Now, I've lived here for 50 years. I'm 78 years old. I live on Melrose, which is just west of the fire station. If you take out those 2 lanes, you're going to have 2 lanes running one each way, and if a bus stops and a fire truck has to come through and somebody's parked in a turning lane, how is that emergency vehicle going to get through? Second thing, if I want to go east, I have to go down to 9 Mile. I'm very close to 9 Mile, so I'm not going to go north. I'm going to go south. The traffic on there, because you've got a stop light at the fire station, you've got one at Kelly. If I'm sitting there and the one on the fire station lets go, they come through. By the time they stop, the other line comes through. So you sit 5-10 minutes sometimes. You're going to have that all the time when you have 2 lanes. I cannot understand why anybody would suggest having Lakeshore, or the Shores 5 lanes and Warren 5 lanes, and then cut down into 2 here in Eastpointe. It's stupid. It's I guess I'm talking for a lot of people here. But if you want to take that money that you're not going to use on the 2-lane street out there in 9 Mile, you can put some of it on Melrose. I've got 4 dips in the cement slabs like this, and one of them is like this, 6 inches deep on the right side. If there's parking on the right side and parking on the left side, you can squeeze in between without going into that hole. One of these days, that thing's going to break, and you're going to have a lawsuit on your soul. It's that far down on one side. You're putting money to a wasted idea that should be used for putting the streets in order. Thank you. I imagine I ran out of time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David DeRoni. My family owns and operates DeRoni Hardware on 9 Mile. We've been in operation on 9 Mile for 33 years. I'm curious, as the last gentleman kind of asked or questioned, has the police department and the fire department approved this road diet?
We'll get to questions or respond to questions after we give everyone a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you. Yep. It's great to see such a good turnout here tonight. I guess if we get a show of hands, how many folks here are in favor of the road diet?
Sir, oh, okay. I'm going to pause. During the hearing, I'm going to ask that you address the public body. I'm not trying to shut you down. I just don't want this to turn into a back and forth between the audience. We need to get through this in an orderly fashion. I did pause your time to say that. I don't want to take away any of your time. So please continue.
Okay. I guess I'm curious if there's any statistics or anything that can show, like, where has a lane restriction like this helped improve the businesses in the area where there was a road diet put in? Because we certainly don't see it as an improvement for the businesses in the area here. It's difficult for people to pull out onto 9 Mile now with 5 lanes. You know, for our customers to be leaving to try to pull out onto 9 Mile, there's going to be a parade of traffic coming by, and they're not going to have a chance to get out onto 9 Mile. Yeah, again, I don't see the rationale behind it, that's for sure. I guess another question would be, it doesn't sound like MDOT has approved the plan, is that correct? All right. I guess can't answer that either, but hopefully you can see that there's enough opposition here tonight that this plan doesn't move forward. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, go ahead, thank you.
Hi, my name is Venus Earls. Hi, my name is Venus Earls, Earles. Again, I'm a resident in Eastpointe, living on Brittany. I am opposed to the road diet. I'm a mother. I walk my children regularly, and we don't have any issues on 10 Mile walking up and down, and it's 5 lanes there. True. 4. And that's even tighter because they don't have a turn lane to go into. But we don't really have issues walking in that area, and I don't have an issue walking in 9 Mile. But I do want to say, and I do want to point attention to people talking about the research done for road diets. I want to talk about the road diet that we currently have with construction on 9 Mile, because it is 3 lanes and it is so backed up. So backed up, in fact, that so many of the side streets are backed up because people are avoiding it. And if you're trying to go to Kelly, let's talk about Popeye's chicken. That sometimes the people are out all the way into the street, blocking that lane completely. So I don't even want to ignore the school buses and the normal buses to add on to that. So I'm just not understanding how we're thinking that this is going to be better for business and better for the flow of traffic if we have our rescue and police services avoiding the construction as well. If they're avoiding the construction, how am I supposed to get the help that I need? So I just need you to pay attention to those things. And again, I repeat, I am a mother, so I would be using those type of things, and I do care about my children and the children of the city. So again, I oppose the road diet. I don't think that it's going to be saving us any pounds or money. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be as quick as possible. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Peter, and of this year, I will have been in my home on Cortlandt for 17 years. A couple of years after I bought my home, the city repaved Kelly Road north of 9 Mile. Prior to the repaving, there were no turnarounds or cut-throughs parallel with Norton or Sumrow. Now there is. Since then, the traffic on Cortlandt has gotten very heavy. The people who live east of Kelly cut through Cortlandt to avoid the traffic light at 9 and Kelly. This has made daily errands very frustrating. Trying to turn east on 9 Mile just to go to Kroger can be very difficult due to cars lining up in the turn lane just to cut through my street, not to mention the added noise and danger to the residents. The people who cut through don't respect the speed limit and often curtsy or blow right through the stop sign at Norton. I have even seen EMS, police, and fire trucks cutting through. For Cortlandt being a dead-end street, the residents see 3 times more traffic than a regular residential street. If the city removes 2 lanes from 9 Mile, it will only exacerbate this problem, and traffic on Cortlandt will get even worse. I'm begging you, please do not take 9 Mile from 5 lanes to 3. The only thing it will accomplish is Eastpointe Police will be more busy dealing with accidents and road rage incidents. Please do anything but remove lanes. Use the easement if you want.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I am here today to speak in strong support for the modernization of 9 Mile. I want to thank Council for putting the safety of our motorists first. Reducing lanes calms traffic and prevents accidents. The U.S. Department of Transportation statistics prove this.
Hold on. No, I'm pausing your time, sir. Everyone who spoke so far, no one shouted out, interrupted, or swore at them. Let everyone speak. Please do not interrupt. I will have to keep pausing, and it'll drag out the hearings, but everyone has a right to speak and deserves respect when they're speaking, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Second, I want to thank council for putting the safety of our pedestrians first. I see walkers all the time struggling with traffic. People are hit in the city every year. Many families share one car or might not have consistent access to a working car. They have a right to a safe and walkable road. It's a matter of access and equity. Thirdly, I want to thank council for protecting our tax dollars. It costs a fortune to repave a mile of road. Less lanes means a far lower cost for repaving when the time comes. This means more money in future budgets for vital city services like police and fire, medical, garbage. Fourthly, I want to thank council for caring about the businesses. There are vacant storefronts all over Eastpointe. Studies, and this has been studied many times in many cities, of past modernizations show that the lane reductions reduces speeds, which results in more drive-in business. And improved walkability, of course, improves walk-in business. Fifthly, I want to thank the council for addressing the parking problem on 9 Mile. While some of us are good parkers, I myself am not. Parking one of those tight spaces when you're practically backing into 9 Mile, it's scary. It's not convenient or easy. I know myself that I have left businesses without going in simply because I couldn't find a place to park. Improved parking would simultaneously help business and make daily life more convenient for our residents. Lastly, 9 Mile is not visually appealing in any way. So many of our neighborhoods are beautiful, but 9 Mile, looking the way it does, it detracts from it. Prospective home buyers drive down 9 Mile with the real estate agents to get to their showings. If these buyers saw a beautiful main road instead of what they see today, that would increase the likelihood that they would want to live here. That would help increase our property values. More money for fire, more money for safety. We need to design 9 Mile for the next 75 years, not cling to a design from last century, simply because it's what we're used to. If we continue to be so scared of the future, we will never thrive in it. We have the opportunity to create a truly beautiful main road, a road that's safer for drivers, a road that provides equitable access for pedestrians, a road that will cost less to upkeep, a road that will benefit our businesses, a road that will let us park easier, a road that will increase the property values for our residents, a road that we all could be proud of. Council, please seize this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Frank Fozzi. My entities own properties 17539 through 17605 9 Mile Road. All of these properties enjoy the right to public parking in front of them. Those rights were conveyed by the city in exchange for the right of way for the current configuration of the road, and that parking is essential for the businesses in these buildings as well as for the value of those properties. It is vital for customers to be able to conveniently park near the businesses they are frequenting. If they do not have the convenience, they will not use the business. These businesses receive deliveries, USPS, UPS, FedEx, Amazon, Common Carrier, which use the parking spaces when available, or they pull adjacent to them so that they're not blocking a traffic lane. It is imperative that the parking is available in front of these buildings. I have been willing to modify my existing rights and accept less parking in order to accommodate the city's prior plans. However, the city was unwilling to confirm in writing the continuation of my property rights through a written recorded document. At this point, unless my property rights are either respected or the city and I reach an agreeable settlement that includes a recorded document, I will be forced to file a lawsuit against the city. This strikes me as a waste of both the public's and my resources, since it seemed like we were close in terms of what would be constructed based on the old plans, and the holdup was the city's refusal to confirm that it would abide by its agreement. I do not want to be involved in a lawsuit. I was willing to accept a compromise of less than my rights. I hope that the city will do the right thing and take into account my existing property rights with whichever design is implemented. As my attorney has noted in letters that all of you have received, If the city attempts to proceed with a project that does not respect these property rights exactly as spelled out in the documents, then I will be entitled to an injunction stopping the project in front of my property. Again, I do not want this, and I am willing to compromise about the design, but I am not willing to forego a recorded document confirming our agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karen Morajan, Eastpointe resident. I think y'all were just put on notice. Before I go into my comments in regards to the 9 Mile project, I'm grateful to see everyone show up at this meeting tonight. And if y'all want to continue to fight for our city so that things are better in our city, please contact Chief Haynes, because we need to get the neighborhood watch meeting up and running again. So with everyone here, please, we need to get the neighborhood watch meeting going again. Please contact Chief Haynes, and we can start changing things in the city here for the better. That said, the 9 Mile project, I certainly understand it's basically aesthetic, to make things look more pleasing. Yes, we do like things that are aesthetically pleasing. However, this is a safety issue. If Harvey Creech were still alive, he would be asking, about how is this going to affect our taxes? He would want to see the budget. A lot of our residents that are here tonight are concerned about the safety because at a previous meeting, there was mention if this project went through, there would be, certain streets cut off from 9 Mile. And I thought our officials from the fire department were going to launch through the roof, and rightfully so. For the fire department, that is every second counts. You cannot cut off side streets to 9 Mile. You can't have them going around the corner to get to a house. People could die. Every second counts. Our fire department, our police department, they're both on 9 Mile. They don't really have any other way in or out. Eastpointe is not set up like Ferndale or Royal Oak or Birmingham or any of the other suburbs where they have a thriving downtown area. I think about this project, it makes me shudder to think, okay, how many people are going to get irate with the driver in front of them and use the center lane, the turn lane to,
You have 30 seconds.
Just fly right past them. Also, what would have to happen is you would have to reduce the speed limit down to 25. And, the other gentleman talked about the safety on the side streets. I walk all over. Our city is already walkable enough. You can walk to whatever business you want, 8 Mile, 9 Mile, 10 Mile, Kelly, Gratiot. But I'll tell you what, walking the side streets, I have to have my head on a swivel because others spoke and said how dangerous it is. People blow through the stop sign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Diana Ernest Jones. I live on Saxony off of 9 Mile. I've lived in Eastpointe for 30 years, and the reduction of lanes on 9 Mile is the worst idea I've ever heard of. I had a professor in my first design class that told me, before you design anything, you should study how people use similar spaces. And I am dumbfounded to learn that there was a study of traffic on 9 Mile that reported 22,400 vehicles travel that road per day, and council still thought it sounded like a good idea to take 2 lanes of traffic to add more grass. 9 Mile is the main road going east-west through Eastpointe. There are 15 bus stops between Kelly and Gratiot. With many businesses and residential streets, there are frequent stops for turns. Having lanes in each direction, or having 2 lanes in each direction, is helpful in keeping the traffic moving. A good percentage of the businesses on 9 Mile are car-related. They're gas stations, they're car care places, used car lots, a car wash, fast food drive-through restaurants, businesses that people are going to drive their vehicles to, not walk. When the used car lots or body shops get new inventory, the car hauler trucks use the turn lane to unload cars. So if you have that happening and only 2 lanes going, that's going to be a disaster. It already is not a very good condition. It's the only route for police and fire vehicles to exit their headquarters. So even if you start the 3 lanes after those 2 buildings, they still need to get down 9 Mile in timely fashion and without people in their way. Most people in this town drive to where they're going or use the buses. There are a handful of pedestrians on 9 Mile throughout the day, but certainly not enough to warrant removing 2 lanes of traffic to provide wider sidewalks and more green space. And by the way, who would be maintaining these new green spaces? The city, the businesses? So, with the construction over the past few years, we've got a firsthand account of what happens when there are only 3 lanes on 9 Mile.
You have 30 seconds.
And it wasn't great. And like what someone else said, I've been driving down the road and someone has passed me several times in that turn lane and cut back in front of me. So that's gonna keep happening. People are not patient in taking away lanes when right turns are happening into businesses and side streets. It's going to be a parking lot. And it is going to take away from businesses because people are gonna avoid 9 Mile. I have during all the construction. So if I'm avoiding 9 Mile, I'm not shopping.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I usually don't come to things like this, but when I seen the letter come to my house, I opposed it immediately. I am an Eastpointe school bus driver, and going east, there's only 1 lane. And it takes about 3 to 5 minutes to get to probably not even a 0.1 radius. A lot of parents call and complain about their kids because we have a allotted time to get their children to school. And like they said, the policemen and the firemen, that is very concerning to me. I don't come to things like this, but like she said, it's not Royal Oak, it's not Ferndale, this is not Main Street, this is 9 Mile. It goes from St. Clair Shores to, I think, Farmington Hills, maybe farther than that. I think that would be very dangerous, and I just oppose it. Like I said, I'm a school bus driver, and I do not agree. It takes us a long time to get those kids home. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you there.
Hello. Hello. My name's Larry Spokes. I've been in the city for 35 years. I believe that this road diet program or project that you have coming up is not feasible at all. It takes at least 5 to 10 minutes to get on 9 Mile as it is now. People are coming down there 45, 50 miles an hour. You got to really hurry to get to the center lane before you die, okay? And that's a true fact. And if any of you live on 9 Mile, then you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if you do or you don't. But I can tell you this, getting back and forth off that road to the center line or to the center aisle just to get into the right turn lane to go north or east, or I'm sorry, east or west, is really tough. And it's a danger every time you get off your street to get into the center lane, a real danger, okay? If you go down the 3 lanes, again, we're going to have a problem going east and west because you get a lot of traffic off of Gratiot going down 9 Mile, and a lot of traffic from I-94 going up to 9 Mile, or 9 Mile and Gratiot. And that traffic is very heavy at all kinds of times of the day. And if you go down to one lane, again, you're going to have people going down the center lane because there's a lot of inconsiderate people coming off Gratiot and the freeway who are speeding anyway to get off there running from police anyway, okay, and trying to get away, so they're going to take the shortcut, okay, which is 9 Mile because that's your first major road here. Okay, we're not a half mile, we're a full mile road. Half mile Stevens, you can do that on. Half mile Topher, you can do that on. You cannot do that on a main road. 9 Mile's been around here longer than you've been, okay? And I've been around longer than you've been. And I've seen this road, and I know what it's done from the time I was born till now. It's always been busy. And it's just going to get busier. If the economy gets better and more businesses start, you're going to have people trying to get in businesses, out of businesses. They're not coming here. They're not going to businesses. They have to wait. If they can't get into the business and it takes them an hour to get there because you got a guy in a right turn lane trying to turn and there's a bus in front of that and then you got trucks coming down the road, I mean, it's just not a feasible project. If you want to spend money like they do in Grosse Pointe, put up those flower buckets, those little round holes with trees. That's going to make the city look beautiful.
You have 30 seconds.
That's okay. I only need 30. Okay? And that's what's going to make our city look beautiful. Not having all this. We need more room. We don't need less. At this point, I think you should reconsider this. Use the money wisely to do something else to really benefit the city. If you want to make it beautiful, do the flower thing. Go up and down the road, put the baskets, and everybody will have a happy Christmas. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hi, Veronica Kleinfeld, Eastpointe resident. I was just smiling at Walter because anybody who knows me knows that I'm probably going to be contrary to everybody else. I want to say this. I think reasonable people can disagree and have different opinions, and they're still reasonable people and they're still good people. When I was on council, 1 out of every 8 homes was vacant. So we decided to do an ordinance to allow businesses like plumbers and electricians to have logos on their vans. That filled up the room. People were so upset about it because they felt it would make the place unattractive. From our perspective, those homes could either end up falling down or be bought up by an investor out of New York or California, and instead of getting homeowners in. So this is the same sort of thing. If you look, the whole argument we've had on council over and over again over the signs for businesses, how big can the signs be, how much of the windows can they cover, how much lighting can the businesses have. If you don't have bustling businesses, you don't have the revenue to have nice parks. If you look at parks in other areas and compare them to ours, there's a stark contrast. I believe we have for years resisted change in our community of every single way. I don't envision this as a thing where we're all going to be trying to zip up and down 9 Mile. I would envision it as those people that want to zip up and down would probably go 8 Mile or 10 Mile, that this is meant to be a place to build the types of businesses that attract young families. We know that young families want walkable communities, good schools, nice parks, and public transit. Let's be honest, when we look around this room, we are not young spring chickens here. And if there is a very small percentage, though. Having said my opinion, I pass no judgment on this council for what decision you make. You've heard plenty of people that have a position that's opposite of mine, and I respect each and every one of you for the decision that you make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'll speak loud for the people in the back. My name is Catherine Hauser. I've lived here in Eastpointe for 53 years. 26 of those years I've owned my own home with my family. I'm going to address the first thing that makes zero sense to me, this walkability issue. You want walkability? Fix the sidewalk. We don't need it to be pretty to draw businesses. Businesses need to be drawn to Gratiot not 9 Mile, in the midst of our residential community. We need our road fixed. We need our sidewalks fixed so our children can walk to school. I don't think that reducing from 5 lanes to 3 is going to create a safer road for all the same reasons that the other people have brought up here now. I consider walkability the last thing that we need to work on here. So that's a daydream. That's a daydream. Get everything else right, then you can come back and visit that later. So I don't even need to dwell on that any further. My main concern here is our police and our fire, number one, the safety of our residents. We need our fire and our police departments to be able to get in and out of their lots, number one, their properties, number two, to be able to get down the road when they need to. The old-fashioned pull over to the right when you see a fire truck or a police car coming down the road will not exist on 9 Mile anymore. It's going to be stop where you are. I don't see that as safe when there are a number of people on the road nowadays who don't pay attention. They're impatient. That will create more problems than it will solve, plain and simple. It's just cut and dry. We have side streets that are going to be a problem for our residents now, if this is what happens, if you decide to go to 3 lanes. We now have a problem with thoroughfares in our neighborhoods, because what I understand from this is that we are going to have multiple side streets cut off to 9 Mile Road traffic, okay? That leaves less options for people to get off the road when they need to. So we already see.
You have 30 seconds.
On Shakespeare, on David Street, we already see people flying down the road using it as a main road. This is going to happen on all of our side streets. There are so many reasons why this won't work. And I think you need to revisit that. I tell my son, he's 21 years old. I've told my son his whole life, make good decisions. He understands that. My question to you is, are you going to take into account the majority of these people who are here, what we're trying to tell you, and revisit your decision? Or are you going to treat it like a logo on a van and just say, it's okay for now, there's no way back after that?
Thank you, Miss.
My name is Emily Kilmer, and I've been a resident of Eastpointe for almost 20 years. My biggest concern is how many of you people work in the medical field and understand that the extra minutes for travel time for an EMS and fire to get to somebody having a stroke, having a heart attack, is the difference between life and death. My son has multiple health issues, one of which is a neurological issue that at any time, if something goes wrong with the device in his brain, can cause a brain bleed and a stroke. And that matter of minutes they could take them to get to my house, the extra few minutes because they have to detour onto side streets, is the matter between him living and dying. He also has severe asthma. So again, it's the minutes wasted that could be used taking him to St. John's, taking him to Children's, taking him to the people that can save his life. Take that into account. Take the matter that if you're cutting off side streets, that means that those ambulances, those fire departments, those police, the people that matter in saving a life, have to take those extra few minutes to get to those people. Because those minutes, those 1 or 2 minutes, could be the difference between life and death.
Thank you.
Good evening. I live on Forest Avenue, and I am mixed on this road diet. I support the idea of a road diet, of slowing down traffic and making it harder for drivers to speed and be negligent, but I don't like the plans that are in front of us. Those do not feel like they will increase safety to me. What happened instead, there is a map, basically, that I've drawn up of where I feel safe biking in this city. 9 Mile Road is shown in red right now. This won't change that. I feel like we are wasting an opportunity by getting rid of what we have when you could add bike lanes. This city has none of those. You could add street parking with some of the space that is available. I heard one person threatening to sue you over taking that away. I looked up another street, Livernois Street in Ferndale. 5 lanes, 30-mile-an-hour speed limit in 2013. Nowadays, it's a lane in each direction, parking on each side, and a bike lane. Why can't we have something like that? And another thing I wanted to bring up is blind spots on 9 Mile Road. If you're standing on the sidewalk looking west on Tuscany, you can be standing 24 feet away and you see 13 feet up the road. It doesn't look like sidewalks are moving away from the buildings under this plan, so those blind spots are going to stay. I want a safer 9 Mile Road. I don't think we quite have the right way to do it here.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathy Kronk. I am a resident of Eastpointe. I was born in Eastpointe, lived here till I was 8, moved away, and decided to move back 30 years later to raise my son because this was a family town. We got a lot of problems. I think 9 Mile is going to take, the idea is going to take away from it. You've taken away a lot of the things that we had to bring families here. You've taken away our pool. You've taken away the nice parks. You are now looking at doing something that I think is going to actually detract from the businesses, and that's what I'm most worried about because I understand that that's where our biggest tax base comes from. I don't know if any of you remember the lovely 9 Mile project that was basically in between like Hayes and Shaner. The joke in our household, because I live on Crescentwood, in between Hayes and Gratiot. The joke was, I wonder if it'll be done by this Christmas. The construction was not done until the following Christmas. How long is it going to take to do this construction? Because of that, I was always going to all of my businesses, and I do almost all of my shopping in Eastpointe. I worked in Eastpointe. I lived in Eastpointe. I stopped going to those businesses between Gratiot and Shaner because I could not get to them effectively. This construction that's been going on, there were many times when both my street and the 2 side streets that went out to 9 Mile Road, my street out to Gratiot, my streets out to 9 Mile Road, were both blocked. I was having to drive a half mile or better to get to a road that I could even get out. I have a husband who's a cancer survivor. Like the other lady talked about, he has multiple health issues. I have minutes to throw him in a car and transport him downtown, which I have done many, many times. I fear for the people who are in those positions because they're not going to be able to get through. I couldn't get emergency services into my home during that time for months and months. There were often times I would drive out to Gratiot, do the turnaround to come past 9 Mile Road heading north on Gratiot, and could not get through because of all the accidents that were occurring at the intersection of 9 Mile and Gratiot, and everyone was being diverted back through side streets or 9 Mile Road. I've also witnessed 2 cars going through trees on my own street because of all of the things that people are talking about with the crazy people driving 80, 90 miles an hour until they put a stop sign in. And the only reason they did that is because there was a grade school at the end of my street.
Thank you, miss.
We need to rethink it.
Thank you.
Hi, Gary Myron, Eastpointe resident for all my life, basically. The fire and the police, they says they're against it just because of, they go on the wrong side of the road now. They use the middle, the turning lane, but it was kind of getting ignored. Then you got the islands. They says, no, that's not gonna work. They were put in anyways. Now the new islands on the west side of 9 Mile. The long one by the high school is already damaged. A hunk is taken out going west on the curb. Now who's gonna be repairing that and keeping it up for 30 years? The one on the corner of 9 and Gratiot is getting damaged. And who's gonna keep that up for 30 years and who's gonna pay for it? Or are we gonna have an eyesore like we did on the other ones? I don't believe that the road diet will help businesses. I'm on 9 Mile all the time and it's very busy. And yes, there's people that go in the turning lane and pass you all the time. And you're going 45 already and you're going 10 over the speed limit and they're going past you up, on the left. And I agree with everybody else that it's not the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it. If we want to build the city so that it is thriving and viable, we have to do more than start with reducing lanes on 9 Mile. We are not going to attract businesses into the city on 9 Mile or families, or younger families, until we do something about the school district. And I know that's not your purview. I get that. But when you're thinking about doing things to improve the city, you have to consider all. At this moment, we have families here with kids who won't attend Eastpointe schools. It's not your fault. I'm simply saying, stop saying we need younger families. We need to do something else to get the younger families in here to be attracted to that, and this is going to be the school district. I don't know what you can do about that, but something else needs to be done. I walked the Central Business District Sunday. There's nothing out there to walk to. And I don't think changing the lane reduction is going to make a difference. Unless you have some businesses that we haven't been told about, that you've talked to and have an interest in coming here, where are they? There are vacant buildings on 9 Mile right there. If businesses were really interested, where are they? We have to do more than dream. I'm a visionary, but I'm also a realist. And if you can't be real about your dreams, chances are you'll never see them realized. This is supposed to be a family town. We're not going to make it if you, council, ignore the will of the people. Because I guarantee you, I am so happy so many people came out tonight. You do have a voice, and we need to use it, and trust me, I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Greg Fleming. I live on Empire. I've been in the city for a really long time. For those of you who do know me or remember me, about my grandparents' home, at one time ran for city council and state representative a couple times. So I come with you at this big thinking type of thing. So a long time ago when I was running for city council, this place was called the Taj Mahal by a few residents. Well, after almost 20 years, you would think we would spend the money on these big meetings to have speakers to plug in outside. Can't cost that much to have an electrician come out here or an audio specialist to do that and plug it, or do a couple of Bose systems up there just to pipe out the information so people can sit out there and actually hear and not chatter out there or crowd around the TVs that are out there. So second thing, in approximately 2016, somebody thought it was a great idea on 9 Mile in the grass sheet area to put in these walkways. Now, people don't follow directions and follow the law as it is, but we had 1, 2, 4 or 5 light poles. Within 9 weeks of them going up, they were all knocked over. And they have not been put back up. And that area has been tore up and the cement is destroyed. So, let's talk about what we're trying to accomplish now with 9 Mile. Any of you who shop at Duroni know it's a beast to get in and out of there, especially turn left. I go there once or twice a week because I break a lot of stuff in my house. So I think I personally keep him in business. But I just see some of you there. The car wash. I go to the car wash religiously once a week because, well, we got a lot of dirt right now because of all the construction that's going on. Once again, when you come out of that thing, my biggest fear when I come out of that wash is, will I have time to get out if a car is coming behind me? And sometimes I'll tell you what, I've got to pull over to the left and let that other car come out and wait for another thing. The business and the traffic on here is just going to be absolutely ridiculous. I do a lot of driving, Ferndale and Birmingham and those streets, they have it. It's not conducive. It's not what we want and we need for the city. And 2 last quick points here. EMS and fire. In 2003, I had a major house fire. And because the fire department was able to respond within 2 minutes because I checked their call record, I called on it.
You have 30 seconds.
And they were able to get there and put the house fire out so I didn't lose my house. Second thing, 2 years ago, my wife had a stroke. Once again, it was 90 seconds from the time I called them to the time they arrived at my house. I cannot envision what's going to happen with the EMS and fire and the police if they can't get to us because of all the backup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shelley Chapa, 46-year resident of Eastpointe. Our fear of change is going to kill our last chance at reviving our economy and enabling our community to thrive and attract families and businesses. If we pass on making changes to our infrastructure now, our next chance won't be for 30 or 40 years. We and our city may be obsolete by then. Since it's on the table, we should at least try. We literally have nothing to lose. Our businesses on 9 Mile are dying without a change. We also can't fill the shuttered buildings along the 9 Mile corridor because we don't have the infrastructure to attract them. Therefore, we don't have the businesses or infrastructure to enable residents to walk or spend time on 9 Mile. It's a vicious cycle. Every one of us comes up here to the dais because we say we want what's best for the community. We say we want safer neighborhoods, cleaner streets, to attract more families, to attract more quality businesses. And yet we recoil in fear and clutch our pearls at the first sign of technology, progress, and economic development. I'm disappointed that many residents are opposed to the idea of redeveloping 9 Mile, even before a plan or study had been presented. I also resent that everyone keeps comparing us to Ferndale and Royal Oak. I get it, we're afraid of change. We don't want our weekly trip to the grocery store or our daily commute to be prolonged 3 minutes, or to suffer the upheaval of major road work and unfamiliar terrain. We have no faith in new businesses or families even finding us and moving in. Instead of moving forward, we dig our heels in to stand still. Meanwhile, the world passes us by, businesses overlook us, and new families reject us. Our school system is in the toilet and will not attract families. Likewise, buildings with no parking or pedestrian traffic are not going to attract viable businesses to move into them. Forget Ferndale, Royal Oak, and Oak Park. Every community I lived in while I was in the Navy had a main artery through town with fire and police stations that led directly to major freeways. Yet those arteries were never more than 3 lanes. They utilized pull-out bus stops, pedestrian islands, emergency-controlled traffic signals, pedestrian rest areas, and traffic lane switching to deal with the traffic flow. This technology was being successfully used 35 years ago. We're behind the times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and members of the community. I can't speak as I am not as venerable as many others of the community, nor as many of you who are on the council right now. But I've only recently moved into Eastpointe. It's only been about 10 years. And Well, as you say, you wish to make the streets safer by reducing and dieting the road. I come from an area where we didn't really have too much in the way of road dieting. What we had instead to make sure that the area was safe was better law enforcement. I recall back to this day, I experienced a father blatantly abusing their son on the sidewalk right there on Mack Avenue. And no one at the gas station that I was stopped at with my mother at the time when I was young wanted to call 911. I called 911. And because I felt a guilty conscience that I wanted to make sure that that child was safe. As such, I asked my mom to pull around until we actually found it, and within 45 seconds of us able to go through the side streets, were we able to see that there were multiple officers arresting the man that I was able to call 911 about. Now I can call 911 here, and like what you have heard from many other members here in the community, they will sometimes respond quite quickly and other times a little bit slower. My advice is that to not dilate the road, but possibly look at other avenues of making this town safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council and body. My name is Heather Zielinski. I'll be honest, I didn't come tonight to speak about the 9 Mile project, but since I'm here and had an opportunity to share my opinion, I thought I would. Just a few things to keep in mind. Every city is looking for areas that are walkable. Every city is trying to find ways to create that. That walkability brings in those businesses that pay the taxes, that fund the schools. So that's one thing to consider. I heard everyone's concerns. School is a big concern, and you guys want to make sure that that's funded. This is how you do it. The second thing to consider is that, I don't know if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure someone will, but the PA 51 provides funding based on linear mile, not number of lanes, which means that the funding will actually go further using a project like this to create more space, to create more ability. Also, the reason that I came here tonight was to speak on behalf of the Autism Society of Greater Detroit. And when I hear everyone's concerns, I want to speak about how this affects the community that I support. There's a great deal of people with autism, other disabilities, or otherwise disabled populations that use the bus service to go to work, to earn money, to buy a home, to pay taxes, to improve the school. Projects like this, if you turn them down, will disadvantage greatly the disabled population. I don't think that that's the area that you guys want to cut right now. Being able to provide them a path will be kind of that soapbox that Eastpointe can stand on about making things accessible and available to everyone. So now that I've said that part, I do want to get to why I actually came tonight, which is the Autism Society of Greater Detroit. Just a little bit about how we came to be, and that's because we have a national organization, the Autism Society of America. There used to be local chapters in Michigan. The Autism Society decided to change their model.
I do have to ask you to limit it to the 9 Mile. So I'll just let you end with, do you want to just maybe say where people can get information?
Yes, I apologize.
No,
I
that's okay.
misunderstood the conversation as only being able to speak once, so I didn't want to come up twice. So yeah, just find us, Autism Society of Greater Detroit. I'd love to be able to help in whatever way I can. I'll be happy to share my card with council just so you have that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And can you also leave a card? I don't know if Ms.
Yes.
Holman's still over there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Walsh Kubiak, Eastpointe resident. I am totally against this. I think it's unsafe. Police and fire, they're against it for the same reason. So it appears that council doesn't care about our safety. The gentleman over here in a blue shirt, he said if we go to 3 lanes, we can put parking in. That requires cement. So where's the savings? Okay? This is just a bad idea all the way around. Now, this is not a walkable community. There is nothing on 9 Mile to walk to, okay? There's no vacant property where a business can come in and set up. So why do we have to even talk about being walkable? It's ridiculous. Keep it 5 lanes and keep it safe. And what's going to happen is if it becomes a problem for 3 lanes for cars to come down there, people are going to go to 8 Mile, going to go to 10 Mile, going to go to the half-mile roads, and the businesses are going to suffer. There's no question about it. It's happening now. Drive down 9 Mile. And one other thing, the 2 people on the end of the council don't want this. You know why? They live off of 9 Mile. The other 3 people that want this, they don't live anywhere near 9 Mile. So they're not going to be inconvenient. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tim Canais. I am a resident of Eastpointe. So I would go by facts, but I've tried sharing them to people on the internet, and there's been a lot of feedback that people don't want to hear the facts. Since 1970s, when we first did road diets, there's been a litany of proof that road diets work for bringing new business, life to old businesses, has ecological benefits, and walkability will come because you're bringing new businesses. Of course, 9 Mile currently has nothing for you to go to. That's because it's a 5-lane hellhole. Nobody wants to walk down 9 Mile. Nobody wants to put businesses there. There's a lot of misinformation about the safety of the fire department and the police department. 2 things. The police department does not operate out of the police department. They are on call out in the community. They're not all flooding out of the police department to go save people. The fire department, we can easily widen the road in that area, or we can start the road at Pleasant where it starts getting into a road diet. There's a lot of people in this community that are absolutely against progress. And I've heard a lot of people say a lot of really rude, negative, nasty comments in this audience today about anybody who is for this. And there's nothing uglier than the way 9 Mile is right now than the behavior of some of the adults in this room. And it's a shame. I am for the 9 Mile project. I hope you guys use facts instead of all this random misinformation and logical fallacies. I believe that there's a lot of people in the community who are younger, who are moving into this community and who want to set up families. Some who are just moving in here because they don't have families and they just want to live in this community somewhere walkable, somewhere more modern, something for us in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Nick Jevedon. I'm an Eastpointe resident. I just like to speak about my experiences with riding a bike down 9 miles, close to 10 years. 9 Mile is not in any way pedestrian friendly, even worse for bikes. The sidewalks, they dip too close to the buildings, go through parking lots, too close to the road, back up to buildings where there's blind spots. I actually stopped riding a bike down 9 Mile because of all the times I almost got hit, especially on, I believe it's Wilmot right there. It's not just that people are bad drivers, it's bad design. People can't see the road before those buildings, and then they gun it to try to get up to 50 miles an hour, or 40 to 50 miles an hour to try to match traffic on 9 Mile. I feel like this is something that if we don't do it now, while we're getting the match from MDOT or federal or whatever, it's something we're going to want to do in about 25 years. The areas where people are moving to are walkable. That's all I'd say.
Thank you.
Good evening. Abbas Harajli. I'm a business owner on 9 Mile. I've been there about 15 years, and about 40 years I've been in the metropolitan area of business. And I've seen roads go down and roads go up. Based on, in the beginning I was trying to figure out why would you want this type of project, but it's clear now. Obviously the funding is here. You're saying the federal's coming up with 80%, if I heard that right. So obviously the money's there, you guys want to use it. Okay, but you got to think of the stakeholders here. The residents are stakeholders. The existing businesses are stakeholders. And there's non-residents that are stakeholders. A lot of people use 9 Mile that don't live in the area. And it's clear the money's there and everybody has this vision of a main street. That's what it is. People mention it, just main. That's great. But you can't just come here all of a sudden and say, hey, we're going to flip this into a main street. You just had all these studies that they're doing. I'm sure they're not considering the situation, that there's already existing businesses based on the needs of the residents. So just to come, it's not gonna happen. You gotta think of the process. If you go along with this, there's a lot of businesses existing now. They're based on the needs. Gas station, party stores, the repair shop. This is what people need right now. If you wanna target these new businesses that everybody's talking about, that's fine. This is not gonna be an easy process. This is gonna be many years. And for me, I'm not gonna go away right away. It might take me 5 years to lose my business. Then maybe board it up, put it up for sale, maybe 10 years. Somebody might want it, a coffee shop, maybe put some seats outside. But you know what? He's not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that right away. He's gonna make sure that all the businesses are ready for that. You're talking about decades here. Businesses are gonna be boarded up. You're gonna have a lot of business leaving. It's not just gonna happen overnight. You don't just say, okay, we have the road now. Okay, all these businesses just shift out and new businesses come in. It's not gonna happen that way. You need to look at new studies or the existing studies you're looking at. Make sure you're seeing how these affect this. And there might be a loss. The residents might leave. It's gonna be negative for the city to do this. Hey, just admit it. 9 Mile is not a main street. It's a corridor. Yes, it is. For what? It's a corridor to 94, and that's what it is. And everybody's trying to change it. Everybody has its vision of what they want it to be. Why don't you just look somewhere else what you can improve and use that money? And wish you luck.
Thank you.
And I might consider that lawsuit, that gentleman that had a lawsuit. Maybe that's what we should do if you're gonna go ahead with this.
Hi, my name is Sheila Braddock. I live in Eastpointe. I'm all for beautifying 9 Mile, but I don't know if going on a road diet is the best way to do it. And I was wondering if anything else was considered along with this project to choose from to beautify 9 Mile. Did you have other options, or was this what was chosen because of the type of funding that you had? But my husband has a business on 9 Mile, and right now when I turn out to go left or right, I sit and wait for traffic to clear to make sure, because I'm a senior and I drive a little slower than I did when I was younger, which is probably safer. But I wait before I come out, and now I wait a while. So how long will it be to turn left or right, once it's down to that one lane in each direction? And downtown, the Riverwalk is beautiful. It's all cement, but they have these gorgeous planters. I love flowers, with all different kinds of flowers and foliage and trees. Was anything like that considered, or could something like that be done maybe? And then someone mentioned the pretty light poles, the fancy ones with the hanging baskets. Is there something else that we could do to beautify 9 Mile? And then the last thing is, who chooses the paint colors for the businesses that come into the area? I see there is a Medcare, urgent care on 9 Mile, and it's black and red. And it just seems like it's not a friendly color. And I don't know why it would be chosen for an urgent care, but that's something that seems like would play a part in beautifying the neighborhood or the area. Paint colors that are more, I don't know, subtle or calming or inviting, instead of the bold, green, pink, yellow. I mean, it just seems like that takes away from the attractiveness of the area to me. And the height of the different signs that businesses that come in, should they be like skyscrapers or could they be smaller? And then all the different flags that fly, some of that, it just takes away from the attractiveness of the area. And then people nailing the...
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. And then the people nailing the different signs, we buy your house, we do this, we do that, to the different poles, and then staking their things in the ground. Those kind of things. If we didn't do those kind of things, that takes away from the attractiveness of the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandra Peoples, and I'm against the change on 9 Mile as far as reducing the lanes. You have people that have been coming here and standing here giving life, death, and safety reasons why 9 Mile shouldn't be reduced by lanes. And yet, if the reason that you're reducing is because of looks and beauty that might not last, then you're putting that over people's life, safety and health and death. That's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's sad that some of you show such little respect for our police and fire department. It's only what you want. It will make it harder for the department and very dangerous for safety to everyone. The trucks need room to get out, and time is important. When buses stop, traffic stops. Closing side streets is insane. Taxpayers will not go for this at all. When you ran for election, you never talked about 9 Mile Road. At least I never heard anything about it from the ones that were running. How come you didn't say something about it then? Give us your opinion on what you felt about it. It's not right nor fair for 3 people to make such a big and important decision for thousands of residents traveling these roads. Rumors are that you want it to be like Ferndale and Royal Oak. If that's the case, then you should move there to those cities. You would be happy, and the people here would be happy, and all the chaos that you are causing would stop. Just repair the roads to 5 lanes. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Lamole, and I'm going to repeat what I repeated the last 3 council meetings. In 2021-25, right in there, the state of Michigan, Wayne or Macomb County, and the fathers of Eastpointe got together because 9 Mile Road was a disaster. It was 4 lanes with no turn lane. We were having bus accidents. We were having turning accidents. We were having pedestrian accidents. Back then, we widened 9 Mile Road to 2 lanes each way. He was an instrument man on the job. Lanes, I think you were, you might not even been around. 2 lanes east, 2 lanes north, center turn lane, minor parking. We took Duroni's, and they let them have Duroni's the way he had it. I was on the zoning board at that time. I gave him yes. East Detroit Bakery, they used to back out onto the road. We put a concrete side or curb there, and they had to back out and go out the other driveway. All I'm going to say is that we're going backwards. I like the idea. My son lived in Royal Oak. I've got relatives in all them other cities, but they don't have the traffic we have. 9 Mile Road, if you take Topher to Stevens, Gratiot to Kelly, and that's better than half the population of this city. And guess what road they use? 9 Mile. And we have a lot of through traffic coming through from Warren, coming across, because we, as the gentleman said earlier, we are a traffic corridor for the I-94. If we weren't, MDOT wouldn't have built that ramp. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Larry Edwards. I'd like to state I'm totally opposed to this 9 Mile project and reducing it to 3 lanes. I have even a greater concern because this has been voted down before, and this is not the first time that this has come up. But Claudio DeMonico, he keeps bringing things up even though he's been told before that we don't want it. And that becomes very suspicious to me, especially with the new council that's been put in place. and what have you. And this is not the first time we've had ordeals of this type, because he's also the one that was responsible for him as well as a few others and what have you, for the ranked choice voting. So these ideological things that keeps coming up and over the top ideas and what have you, we need to watch who we vote for and really know what we're doing and consider people we're putting in these positions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Linda Robinson, Eastpointe. I really probably can't say anything that anyone hasn't already stated. I'm against the road diet. First and foremost, for safety reasons, I just don't see how it's a good idea with the police and fire department not being behind it, no matter where the diet is. I can see 9 Mile becoming the new 7 Mile, if anybody's familiar with driving it, where there's one lane eastbound, one lane westbound, and 4 lanes are in there. It would be very, just not safe. And I don't see a huge young population coming to the city with our schools failing. I'm a parent that went through it and have taken my kids elsewhere just because our schools weren't sufficient, and my kids deserved better. And I really think that's what would bring young families here. I hope you guys vote wisely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janice Porter. One of my concerns is if we do go to the 3 lanes, what happens when you need to do infrastructure repairs? And would you be closing down 1 lane and making the left turn lane through way while you're doing the repairs? And then has anybody looked at if you went to the 3 lanes, what would happen to the traffic on Topher and Stevens? How much of an increase there would be?
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ken Leiter. I live in Eastpointe, and I own a business right in the area that you guys are talking about. Dave Deroni, he's at the one end. I'm closer to the fire station. But listen, there's been 4 business people so far up here. I see the car wash people. I'm sure they're going to agree. There's not a business person that's going to enjoy what you guys are talking about. It's a bad idea all the way around. I won't waste your time. It's a bad idea.
Thank you.
Good evening, Craig Wadecki, Eastpointe, 45-year resident. First of all, on both sides of whoever is supporting either for or against it, if you've got comments, say them up here. Don't say them in the crowd, because they're a lot more productive if you say it up here and a lot more mannerly. Thank you for the decorum in this meeting, to keeping this meeting going smoothly. I can't imagine it being an easy job. My issues with the road dieting, I believe we still need to hear from public safety with the police and the fire, how they feel about the access to the new or proposed roads. Secondly, and just kind of ties in with the police, unfortunately, it's 2024, and road signs are more of a suggestion rather than the law. I think all of us have seen what's going on the side streets and on the main streets in this town, and it's not a real good welcome, Chief, but I know you'll do a good job. But we have to make sure that this doesn't become a drag strip. And finally, when you reroute, what's going to happen to will there be water mains, new water mains, or will there be new infrastructure on that road if this does happen? Because having 3 water main breaks on my street in the last week, I can't imagine what this would do to a 3-lane traffic. So good luck on either side, and thank you, and please keep your comments up here, not out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Brian Weichel with Washpoint Car Wash at 17335 East 9 Mile Road. I just wanted to take a little time to talk about stacking space and traffic flow. On a typical busy day for us, we'll run 60 to 80 cars per hour, which has to turn left or right out onto 9 Mile Road. I know from experience that our customers with no control, we have no control over our customers blocking 9 Mile. they will block 9 Mile. Decreasing the amount of lanes, I fear, could significantly impact the amount of cars we can run per hour, as well as our stacking space capabilities. I would recommend that for every single express driveway or business needs to have a traffic pattern done. Was that done for our business? I'm not asking you directly, I'm just asking generally. Was that done for our business, and why weren't we informed about it on how it would impact our daily time? When we do the 60 to 80 hours, that's not just randomly throughout the day, that is peak traffic hours during rush hour traffic. So that's something else to consider. Heard somebody mention about the Popeyes as well. Same situation there. We will block that road. There's nothing that we can do about it other than the police intervening to ticket for people and obstructing the lanes. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is that the study that you guys did, I think a few years ago, I don't know if it's changed or not, they said that there is a significant length increase that can be found in the westbound and eastbound through lanes on west and eastbound 9 Mile right there at Gratiot, and that it significantly failed for the increased traffic and bottlenecks there. So that is another pretty significant concern of mine. So if you guys have not done the research on what the traffic flow and the stacking space would require for our business, I strongly recommend you do so, because we have a pretty unique situation where per hour of cars that we run significantly affects our revenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Steve Gunn. I'm actually the owner of Washpointe Car Wash. And I want to reiterate a little bit what my general manager was talking about with our stacking space and our type of business that is based off of processing vehicles at a consistent, process. So the issue is like what he talked about us getting vehicles out into 9 Mile, and being able to get our customers out of our business and how it'll directly affect us. There's been 2 other cases that this has happened in 2 other cities, directly with a city changing the road in front of a car wash. One of them was in Troy, in which the Bob Waldron, the owner of Pro Car Wash, wound up suing the city of Troy and won in that case. I believe the lawsuit was over $3.2 million, cost the city of Troy for that case. Another case, same exact situation, happened in the city of Rochester, in which Jerry Forrester of Forrester's Car Wash actually, once again, started litigation with the city of Rochester and also won that case. And I don't know the exact amount, but it was in the millions, costing the city of Rochester for these unintentional, facts that kind of happen due to changing a road like this. So once again, just reiterating, we got to look at the facts. We got to look at, I don't want to repeat that everything that people said up here about safety and the fire department and, the public, on and on and on. You guys heard enough of it, but I just wanted to tell you from personally what we have and the facts that we can give you about this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Steve Gunn. We'll just say Steve Gunn Sr. I've been at that car wash for 54 years. And I can remember when the road was expanded to 5 lanes. It was expanded for a reason. That reason still exists. Those lanes are needed. But I wanted to address the unintended consequences. I don't want to relay the point that my son made, but the engineering study brought up an interesting point. I don't know if it was addressed or not, but the backups, especially the backup at 9 Mile and Gratiot, where the cars are going to back up another 1,000 feet because of traffic, creates an issue where people will shortcut through the neighborhoods in order to avoid that. And I got to admit, I've been guilty of this myself. And according to the engineering study, these cars, non-residents, travel a lot faster down them side streets. Of course, that's why they're doing it. They're impatient. They don't want to wait for the lights. The elementary schools, those are in the neighborhoods. And the small children playing are mostly in the neighborhoods. You see the kids out there playing basketball in the summer in the street. This is a hazard that I don't know if it's been addressed, but this is an unintended consequence. And if it's about safety for the children, you need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm James Shanahan. I live in the Aaron Berry Apartments for the last 17 years. I've been a resident here 25 years. And the last several years that I lived in Aaron Berry, morning, noon, and night, winter, spring, summer, and fall, the police, fire, 9/11 have come religiously, morning, noon, and night, different times, different days, through the seasons, to help people heart attacks, strokes, whatever, and they were there within a couple of minutes. I was here. A lot of times I have trouble sleeping because of my disability. I got a bullet in me for 33 years as of the 22nd of this month that the doctors will refuse to do because I could be paralyzed from the hip down. But because, maybe it's a blessing in disguise in a lot of ways because I was there to open the doors for these people. EMS, police, fire, for all kinds of different reasons, especially people with, going on the second, third, fourth floor on the other side of my building, on the Berry side. I was there because I was there. I was happy to do it because I know these people. They're neighbors of mine. They're friends. They take them off, and a day or two later they come back. But because if you want to make this on this reduction thing, I think that would be totally asinine, because it would take more time for the fire and police and whatnot to get to our building for have this done. Thank you. I'm a senior. God bless.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Williams. I'm a 20-year resident. I'm not neither for nor against. I am for with moving forward and looking for the future. Everybody has spoken about Eastpointe's supposed to be a family-friendly city. Safety should come first no matter what for all residents. I live just south of 9 Mile. On a daily basis, I hear our emergency services responding somewhere. In the last 3 years on my street alone, there has been 2 rollover accidents as well as a motorcycle fatality who I held this person dying because of traffic in our neighborhoods. 9 Mile in of itself, we have accidents all the time on 9 Mile. Schroeder and 9 Mile near McDonald's is atrocious for having accidents. Whether we do a roll diet or come up with another plan, yes, we should make it walkable. Walkability makes more customers come to our businesses. It doesn't mean we have to restrict traffic, but our infrastructure is bad. Our lights are bad. We could do a lot more than just reducing lanes to help the safety of the city and to make it more walkable and friendly. We don't have bike lanes. We don't have handicap accessibility to our city. If we took all those things in consideration, we should be able to compromise and come up with a very viable plan, other than just a reduction of a lane.
Thank you.
Hello, David Duroni from Duroni True Value Hardware again. I had to dash out earlier to pick up my son Jack from hockey. I was worried that I was going to get him too late. Our family business employs 30 people from Eastpointe and the surrounding communities.
I'm only going to give you like 30 seconds because everyone can't speak twice. I'm not trying to be rude, but
our biggest competition right now is actually Amazon. And we need to have footsteps in our store, in our brick and mortar store, to keep our employees employed. By reducing 9 Mile, it's going to reduce the traffic on 9 Mile, it's going to reduce our customer count, and our business will be negatively impacted. I don't know if this has been discussed, because I apologize, I wasn't here for a portion of the meeting. From what I understand, there's 3 members that have voted no. So
I am going to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Cardy and Margaret and Michael, have voted yes for this project, and then 2 members that have voted no. Now, maybe this is something Mr. Albright could answer. If there was to be a recall of a member of the council, would that stall the process until a new council member could be put in place?
Thank you, sir.
And re-vote on the project?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Watts, and I go to Deroni's for the last 25 years because they have such good service and because they're an Eastpointe business. My wife and I put on Facebook that we want to patronize Eastpointe businesses as much as possible, and we do that. If this goes through, we put on Facebook the other day, we go to Deroni's, we go to Aldi's, we go the whole 9-mile corridor usually. If this goes through, and we're going to have trouble getting through that area, it's very easy. We live on Melrose Court. We can just go take a left turn at down Oak and go up Gratiot and patronize Roseville. We'll go to the and I don't want to do this. I don't want to take your business away, but that would be a temptation for us to go up to Ace Hardware or go to Aldi's in Roseville. So that to us was an issue, and I just want to say what you wasn't able to say there for a minute.
Thank you.
I'm Kevin Dixon. I live on Collinson between Boulder and Shakespeare. I'm not for it either. I've lived there since 94. I think it's a terrible idea. I went down 9 miles a day. I took Shakespeare up there, and I had to wait there several minutes because of the construction going on. And you have to wait and really have to dart out to get through the traffic. Yesterday, I received in the mail a letter from the city talking about the lead problem in the water. So we worrying about families coming to Eastpointe. We're having a problem with our water. Maybe we can get some federal money to take care of the lead problem instead of worrying about the street. That's all I have to say. I mean, there are bigger things to worry about.
Thank you. Sir? Excuse me, sir. There's a sign-in sheet. I'm sorry, we're tracking everyone for public hearing purposes, so.
Maybe after another comment or two, if you're okay with it, can we just take a brief recess? Just like 5 minutes.
Right now, would you prefer to, or wait till after we?
Yeah, however you see fit.
Hi, my name is Carmela Leiter. I live in Eastpointe, and I'm a mother of 2 and grandmother of 7. And as many of you know who have kids, it's totally different when you read the book about parenting as when you're actually in the process of parenting. So when we see these signs and these diagrams, it's not going to work. A month ago, I was coming down 9 Mile. Heading west, and because we had this construction and we were down to the 1 lane, some gal, like they're talking about darting in and out, and she hit me. And I was minding my own business, and lo and behold, boom, she hits me. And that's just one incident. And I just think that it's a bad idea to reduce the lanes. You're concerned about businesses. You're concerned about future businesses coming. Why don't you take care of the businesses that are here? You're going to let them die. Right? So I'm just saying that give them a fighting chance to survive and to thrive in our community. Don't take away their parking. Don't make it so that people can't get into their buildings. And maybe you said there's parking in the rear. What? That doesn't even make sense to me. So I just want to say I'm opposed to I'm not opposed to change. One person said people don't want change. No, we don't want bad change. We want good change, okay? And it's a little, thank you, and it's a little different than, they said opposition before was putting a sign on a van. That's a little different than totally, upending our traffic flow. And one that will not make sense in reality. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go on, can I ask how many people are still waiting to speak? Oh, might that? All right. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken that wants to speak to this issue? Okay. Well, with that, it is 2:34, and we will officially close that hearing. And we've been all sitting here for a little over 2.5 hours, so we'll take a 10-minute break. Is that okay? All right. Adjourned for 10 minutes at 2, we'll come back at 9:45. I knew it was going to. What'd I do with my agenda?
Yeah.
All right. I think we have everyone, so reconvening the meeting at 9:46 PM. We had just finished out through the public hearing, so we will move on to unfinished business, approval of the amendments to the administrative rules and regulations. Did any council members either want to start off with a motion or with any comments on this?
Well,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just say if there weren't any comments, I guess for me, I think there's three parts that I'm not in favor of, but I'd be happy to approve the rest. The nepotism changes, the CPI changes, and the use of vehicles. Everything else is fine, so I don't know how everyone else felt, but maybe if in passing most of it and leaving the rest out, or however is easiest for council, or whichever way that goes. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, Mayor, I happen to agree with that there's two of the three that he would like to not vote on, so I would agree. Councilman DeMonico made a motion to approve the document except for the three, and we can discuss those at another date.
I would vote for that. If he'd like to make a motion, or anyone.
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
So, I know Councilman Curley just said revisit the three items at a later date. So is that the intended plan, or is it just if we feel the need to come back to it? Just so I understand kind of how we're moving with it.
Well, actually, if I could chime in, I think the thing that would make sense would actually just do the approval with those three items. Those were the three items I had concerns about too, removed, not necessarily plan a date to put it on the agenda, but then I think any council member could maybe bring that up, or leave it to administration to bring up those changes. Essentially waiving that, the requirement that we wait 6 months. I think we all understand that, it might come back sooner than that.
I got you. Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'll attempt a motion here then. A motion, we approve the amendments to the administrative rules and regulations as presented, without, though, the changes to the nepotism section, which is page 20 to 21, without the CPI changes, which are on page 41 to 42, and without the use of vehicles section changes on page 57.
I would support that motion.
Ms. Pashadlik, did you have any comments?
I was actually going to support too, but that's fine. There was just one other quick thing I was going to mention about the use of vehicles. I mean, it seems kind of weird to me that we would even take those away. I know some of those vehicles, such as the fire marshal, fire chief, the police chief, those vehicles, I mean, those are utilized for work purposes. And we already have contracts with those vehicles. So I'm a little lost why they're in there.
All right. Any other comments on this? Please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Right, moving on to reports from administration. First up is City Manager's report. Ms. Walton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I actually would like to utilize from our Constant Contact. We just relaunched our Constant Contact issue, which is an email notification system that anyone in the community or outside the community can sign up for, but it has most of our recent updates and very important updates that we'd like to share. On the city website, here at the top on community, you can click on city newsletter, and it will then take you to this page. It will show you if you've not been registered. It will provide the February 2024 issue, as well as the March 2024 once it's done and uploaded, and then you can also click to subscribe on that page. Let's see if this is updating. I don't know what happened to the screen, I'm sorry. There we go. All right, so from the main issue, some of our initial announcements, as we had announced at the last meeting, Chief Haynes was officially sworn in as our police chief here permanently in the city of Eastpointe. Our public hearings are listed here as well, so if you're interested in the future public hearings, please subscribe so that you get these notifications as well. February 27th, the presidential primary that's coming up, and I think the page is a little slower than I'm talking. You can also vote in person. We have early voting in person. This is the first election since the constitutional amendment that starts February 17th through the 25th at the Eastpointe Memorial Library. So if you're interested in voting early, putting a ballot in a tabulator early, you're welcome to register to vote early. Obviously, with the clerk's office, we have the information online to register online as well. You can show up at the Eastpointe Memorial Library during those dates at the time frame at the library, and you're able to get a ballot and put it in a tabulator and have it counted early. So again, if you're interested in that, that information is in here as well, along with the public notice that was mailed to all residents in the community, providing the time, the address, and additional information for early voting. Again, more information on registering to vote and eligibility requirements. If you're looking to join us as an election inspector, as we have some election inspectors that were here, we're very, very grateful, and it's a community effort, really getting the elections going, and we really depend on the committed election workers that we have. If you're interested in joining us, that information is here as well. You can be an election inspector and be paid to help us administer the elections. Another notice that went out to all residents since last Thursday was the notification, and I know we heard during the public hearing, information regarding the lead water service lines. So just to clarify that as well, we do not have a lead issue remaining in the water. It's a water service line issue. And so GLWA does treat our water, so it's not, again, the water that's coming from GLWA is treated. It's specific to your home and your property and the water main material that is leading to your home. We do have information online where you can submit your address and receive information from DPW on the water main material that you do have. We also have pictures in the city manager's window here, right outside in the hallway, where you can look at your address and identify what water line material you do have. So there are many resources, but we'd also like to highlight, as is in this notice as well. I know Senator Kleinfeld was one of the strongest advocates at the state in this past year that actually had us awarded from the state of Michigan $10 million to move that lead line replacement program forward. So the city has been very aggressive in moving forward to replace those lines. We've replaced 805 lines total so far, and we'll continue moving that project forward. So that project is actually going out to bid this month, so additional construction will continue to take place. And again, it's $10 million from the state of Michigan to continue that effort and replace those water lines for the homes in the city of Eastpointe. Water filters, so we also have water filters available for homes that also have lead lines and homes that do not. We've been providing water filters for over the past year. We have them here at DPW, City Hall, and at the library. If you do have a filter, DHS does recommend that you replace the cartridge every 2 months. So if you've not done that, please stop into one of those locations and pick up a replacement cartridge as well. Again, additional scheduled hearing notices that are here. We have a wonderful video from SEMCOG that features some of the great businesses that we have in the city of Eastpointe, some of the great efforts that our police department and fire department have with smoke alarms in the city, information on reaching out to priority waste and direct contacts, We're also hiring, so if you're looking for a job and you'd like to join us here at the City of Eastpointe, take a look there too. DivDat, bill paying information is here. The State of the City featuring Mayor Kleinfeld, Judge Galen, as well as Superintendent Christina Gibson, and information how to receive a ticket. That's March 19th at 11:15 a.m. We also have library initiatives that are happening that are included in this posting. Our tree canopy project that we're trying to get as many trees as possible into the City of Eastpointe, so that's coming soon. Update, oh, it's a little bit slower. It also includes seasonal ordinance reminders. The screen will catch up as I scroll. So anything that's relative to the current time frame, we'll add those updates so that you guys have the updates from our ordinances. We have updates for boards and commissions, different events that are happening with boards and commissions. If you're interested in applying for boards and commissions, that information is here. The March Board of Review dates are also included. Again, I know we had the chair from the ACDC Commission discuss the Black History Month events. Those are also included in this. And then I know we also had conversations regarding the recreation that we have available in the City of Eastpointe. Those are also available, and we've also done some business spotlights in this. So I'd strongly encourage, if you're interested in these regular updates from the City of Eastpointe and a lot of the current things that we have going on, to register online. Again, that is on our website here, where you're able to subscribe and sign up to receive those. Mayor and Council, I can certainly answer any questions that you have, but those are our most important updates that are ongoing.
All right, does anyone have questions? I did want to clarify something, kind of going back to the hearing. I know I spoke to you, Ms. Walton, before the meeting. We did have a lot of comments that were emailed in. I know that those were compiled and shared with all of council. I just wanted to clarify that although we did not request for them to be read out, those are going to be included in the report? Okay. And I know some of those emails even said, could this please be read at the meeting? And I just wanted people, if they are watching, to know we have received them and they are included in the report.
Mr. Mayor, we had 43 responses, and then I think I got in several more during the meeting.
Thank you. Did anyone else have any questions for the city manager? All right, we'll move on to our finance director, Mr. Blum.
Yes, Mayor and Council. I think there's been enough talking tonight, so I'm not going to do any. I have nothing unless you have questions.
Any questions?
Okay.
Moving right along to the city attorney's report, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I'm going to echo Mr. Blum's report section. Essentially, council is in receipt of our monthly status report. I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have the MRA litigation report attached as well. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Albright and Mr. Blum, for keeping it short. Moving on to new business, discussion and approval of 9-mile reconstruction plans from Gratiot to Tuscany. I guess first I'll open it up. Does anyone want to start off with comments?
The city manager, did you want to say anything, maybe to start even?
In regards to 9 Mile?
Yeah, I don't know. You got some dates in here and stuff like that. I don't know if you.
Introducing it? Sure. So essentially, we added an item. Our next deadline to move things forward is February 12th, 2024. So we're looking for a decision from council tonight. A 5-lane design has been submitted previously, and then we have the 2 3-lane designs that Ryan Kern has also presented tonight. So those are up for discussion. We need direction from City Council on moving forward on this project tonight, so that AEW can submit the information to MDOT and we can move forward on the project. I don't know if you want me to go through like the exact timeline. I know the 5-lane design has already been submitted and approved. The design has already been approved by MDOT. That process does restart for the 3-lane design. The most important date is September 13th, 2024. That is the official one-year date from our funding obligation last year, and that is a requirement that the work has to start and the city has had to be billed for services for this project to retain federal funding. So with that, I can leave it to City Council. If you have any questions specific on the timeline that's provided, I can certainly try to answer those, or any clarification for Ryan Kern. I'm sure he's available to answer those as well.
Yes, and if I can kind of add to that, I spoke to Mr. Kern over the break because I wanted to clarify something. So the next February 12th being the next date that's in our packet, but there are multiple stages where we would submit a bid package, but then there's also a final bid proposal sent. So we need to have basically mostly completed plans sent to MDOT, but there will be chances for tweaking as they're reviewing and we go through the process. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. We'll go through a grade inspection meeting like we did with the 5-lane configuration. We'll submit an 80% design completion plan. We'll have that grade inspection meeting roughly in March with MDOT. They'll provide any comments, any feedback on those plans, and then we'll be able to make any necessary corrections and tweaks to the plans. And then the final plan submittal for bids would have to be submitted no later than April 26th.
All right. Did anyone want to start off with comments, or? Sure. I can. I mean, I can if.
Go ahead.
So I know that we received some documents today. Our original plans that were sent to us were, I'm sorry, I forget which street the lane reduction started at. The documents we got about a week ago. Donald, thank you. And then we got additional plans today that were, I guess, more extended towards Gratiot Avenue. I think given the concerns about police and fire and leaving the road wide enough for to make sure that the truck can get out, and I think also quick access going westbound to Gratiot if they're not heading towards the other opposite end in the city. I think for our purposes, I'm interested in submitting the first plan that starts at Donald to MDOT for review. I appreciate the amount of people that came out and spoke to us today. I know that this process has been very quick and it's ongoing. But from my perspective, I know there's concerns about the existing businesses. I know that I walked this stretch from Gratiot to Tuscany. There are a lot of vacant businesses that are there currently. I know, I believe that what we're doing at this point simply isn't working. We also have a lot of vacancies on Kelly. I know that there's a separate project that our administration's looking to hopefully develop that area as a walkable area. I think starting at later, or at least several streets down from Gratiot, going in the direction of Kelly, hopefully if that other project comes through, I think that we might be looking at a way to connect those two areas in the community. I know there was a lot of comments tonight about Eastpointe just not being walkable at all. And I view that as a problem, not a deterrent to trying to correct that or improve some of the areas in our city. Again, we have a lot of vacant areas. There were even comments today about how a lot of the businesses that we have are car-oriented or party stores or drive-throughs. And that's correct. That's basically most of what we have existing right now. And I think the reason for that is because our infrastructure doesn't allow for any other friendlier development for small businesses. So I do want to continue having the discussions with businesses, with public safety, to make sure that we develop it wisely. Given the timeline, I think the number one concern, I don't want to speak for everyone, but probably that we all have, the worst thing we could do is drag our feet and risk at all losing the funding, which is something, I think that's our just number one concern. The funding that we received, we can only use it to fix 9 Mile, and I think we're all in agreement that we certainly don't want to miss that opportunity to repave. We normally have to resurface. This is a chance to actually fully reconstruct our street, which desperately needs. So That was my opinions, I guess I wanted to share with council and then hear what everyone else has to say.
Happy to go now.
The document we got from the administration said the discussion and approval of 9 Mile reconstruction, then it says below are the project timeframes set forth by MDOT, and it shows the two different choices. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to get, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to get the show on the road. I'm going to make a motion, and then we can carry on from there. I would move that the city of Eastpointe adopt the 9 Mile reconstruction for 5-lane design.
Great. Is there support?
I would support that.
Does anyone else, do you want to speak first?
Well, as making a motion, I think it was pretty clear after several meetings that we've had and several hours of discussion that we know what it entails. So I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, my perspective, looking at everything that we're taking into consideration, we've heard from business owners who have expressed their concerns to us. We've heard from police and fire at a prior meeting who expressed their concerns to us. And I think that those are the weightier things to consider. Of course, we want safety. I understand people talk about walkability. I've lived off of 9 Mile for going on 19 years. I've walked 9 Mile. I've walked in and out of the city from probably any direction you can think of. Not once did I think, hey, I feel unsafe walking on 9 Mile. That's never been a concern for me. But I think that the concerns expressed by the police and fire are, to me, paramount. You know, to me, that's like one of the most important things. If they tell us that they see hazards with changing what we have, it's not about not wanting it to look pretty, not wanting it to look better, not wanting it to be walkable. I understand that there's a belief that changing the lane or reducing the lane is going to somehow draw businesses in. But when they express their concerns to us, we know that their exit from their buildings is on to 9 Mile. They don't have a side exit that they can utilize. I think that we have to really give that deep consideration. When the business owners have come out and told us that they have concerns about how their businesses will be impacted, I think that should weigh heavily with us. We say we want to have conversations with them. They've come out to speak to us. They've told us what they wanted. The same as I wouldn't go to somebody's house and tell them, hey, here, this is what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to paint your kitchen this color. Well, I don't want you to paint it that color. Oh, that's okay. I'm going to do it anyway. You know, if I can't give somebody something that I think that they want to have or I think that they should have. The fact of the matter is that they've come out and said that, no, we don't want this. Residents have come out. I was keeping a tally mark here. The number of no's greatly outweigh the yeses. I understand we want our community to look beautiful. I know that we can do facade improvements. I know we can have some uniformity in the corridor with the traffic flow. I mean, I think that speaks volumes. So for me, the 5-lane option is the only option that I could be supportive of. And I think it's the less riskier option as far as our timeline goes. So those were just some of my thoughts on it. People have expressed concerns. They have children that they're concerned about. Some people who have patients in need of health care and medical attention, and their access to getting that help is a great concern to them, and I think it should be a great concern to us too. So I feel like the people have spoken to us, and we have an obligation, I believe, to listen to them. So that's all I have on it.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
All right, yeah, on this, so I am against the 5-lane design, and I guess at this point, I think the important point I'd want to make is that, so in 2021, long ago when we were first talking about starting the 9 Mile project, our civil engineers did a report on the traffic flow. City Council fortunately voted and asked them to do that. They spent their time, they, as professionals, did this. And essentially looking at the results in 90-something% of scenarios, there is actually either a slight increase or there's like a slight performance improvement on traffic or a slight degradation on improvement to traffic almost in every single scenario. It actually is better in certain scenarios with the, I'll call it back then the 3-lane optimized scenario. They did a 3-lane all the way across, Gratiot to Kelly, well, yeah, all the way across 9 Mile, even outside of Gratiot and Kelly on this one. And then a 3-lane optimized that maybe not exactly mirror what we've talked about, but they did added in some things that would mitigate some of the issues that have been talked about, reduction in response times for, ambulances or police cars or anything like that. And so looking at this, looking at the data, and of course no one can predict the future, it looks like we're essentially going to have similar traffic. And this study's on, the same amount of cars moving through now or moving through then. So I think, why not try something new and see what we can do on 9 Mile and try to improve things? As people have said, there's a lot of vacant businesses or there's no reason to walk 9 Mile. Why don't we try and change something to make a reason to walk 9 Mile and make it our own little downtown? Thanks to everyone for coming out. I've taken a ton of notes here on paper, computer, all that. I'm certainly taking everything into account. I think it'll certainly improve the project in the end, no matter what we do for everyone coming out. Like we said, what Ms. Holman said, there were 43 people that responded via email, and I don't know how many tally marks I made while we were here. So thank you all. But I guess at least at this point, I'm against this particular motion.
If I may, I had a lot of stuff jotted down here, and I kind of was jumping all over the place because there is a lot that goes into this discussion. Public safety was one of the things I did want to talk about. The study that was just referred to, that was done 2021, I believe. The timing for the stoppage and travel between different lights and what would happen down 9 Mile was a matter of seconds. I think there was only one intersection, which was at Gratiot and 9 Mile, that had a significant negative impact. The study that we were given also found that 9 Mile would be a lot safer. There would be a reduction in certain types of collisions, those being one with pedestrians and the others being, I guess I would call them T-bone accidents, that are cars not just, hitting bumper to bumper. I think a lane reduction makes our community safer. I think, I know we talk about the businesses and everything like that, but a lot of the comments that we received tonight were against, and also because they were against because they were concerned about the traffic being unsafe. But the data that we've been given shows that it will be safer. A lot of the comments also included that there was a long waiting time to get onto 9 Mile because people are speeding down and it's not safe to pull out on there. That it's dangerous, that cars are going very quickly and they are afraid to make a left turn to get into the turn lane. These are all things that I've been considering as we've had this discussion, and found interesting that although people had concerns about the reduction, they were also raising concerns about the exact reason that I think this is a good idea. That being that the traffic safety would massively be improved on that street. That's all I want to add on that. I think I touched on the other points already.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If I may, I think the one thing, a couple of things I feel like that we're just kind of glossing past, and maybe that's not the best way to say it, but the business owners talked about the negative impact to their businesses. They talked about the concern that these are the ways they feed their families and take care of their day-to-day living. That means something. That means something to me. I don't want to negatively impact how someone eats, how they feed their families, how they take care of their children. People talked about their concerns, people with health challenges. I think that means something. It's more than just we wanted it to look pretty. These are people who have folks in their homes that they are taking care of and that need specialized care. And I think that that should mean something. And it really bothers me that that doesn't seem to be the weightier matter other than we just want to have a pretty downtown. You know, I don't know. Okay, there are some vacant buildings. What type of businesses are we expecting here? Are there conversations? That was a question that was posed. Are there conversations with business owners that are interested in developing? That's the one thing that I haven't heard at any meeting, that there are people who are saying, hey, if you reduce your lanes, we will come. It sounds more like the Field of Dreams type of, if you build it, it'll come. You know, we just expect them to magically appear. That bothers me. And I think people should know that their concerns, those who have loved ones that they're caring for, those concerns should matter more than just us wanting a beautiful looking, quote unquote, downtown area. I think we should really take that into consideration before making this vote. The people out here are the ones that we work for. These are the ones that we work for. They trust us to try to make the right decisions up here. And I think that if you look past somebody's concerns for safety, their concerns for their loved ones that they're caring for, the concerns that they have of response times. Some of our residents have come up and said, hey, it took only 2 minutes. It took 90 seconds for someone to show up. That means something to them. I won't belabor it any longer. That's my thoughts on it.
Any other comments? All right, please call the roll. Oh.
Hold on, ready?
Jimmy?
Yes. Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
No.
Mayor Kleinfeld,
No.
Councilmember Pashadlik,
No.
All right. Would anyone else like to make a motion?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think, I guess first, well, to get to another motion, I think I was wondering if we could consider a spot in between Donald and Gratiot, Pleasant, where the transition could take place. It include like the community garden, go to the right, and it'd leave 5 lanes for public safety in front of the police station, the court building, the fire station, and then we can go east from there. And I think probably could be a better transition than maybe on the block that we have west of Donald. Just curious what anyone thought about that.
Well, I know that we can still tweak the project, like if there's, I mean, we're talking about a few blocks. I would be okay with that proposal too. I think my one thing was I thought it should start after the fire station. So.
All right, well, I'll propose a motion then that we, let's see, what do we want to say? We approve the 9-mile reconstruction plans from Gratiot to Tuscany for the 3-lane design with the 3 lanes, beginning around Pleasant, going east.
Support.
Mr. Kern, is that the, I guess, correct direction you need for knowing what to do next?
Yeah, in order to proceed, know what to do, yeah, that would be sufficient.
All right, did anyone want to speak to that motion?
I do.
Ms. Pachetta.
First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming out and speaking today at the hearing of the public. It was very difficult to come out and voice your opinion, and I know everyone had very strong beliefs one way or the other, so I do appreciate you all coming out to speak. I also appreciate all the businesses that came out to speak as well. I certainly want to keep and retain all the businesses that we have here in Eastpointe. I patronize many of them myself, and I always have as a lifelong resident. I've been here for 58 years, so I feel like, I have a vested interest in this community. I've lived here forever. I'm also thinking about the future, not just myself, because I'm not going to be here forever, so I already know that, what I do now could have an impact on future generations, on, a more positive outcome for our city. So I'm trying to look at it in that light. So I would like to just mention that I also walked 9 Mile. I spoke with some business owners. There was some misinformation out there as well, so I'm glad that we were able to clarify that so that people were aware of the actual plan. But it was a very difficult decision for myself. I labored over this, so that's all I have to say.
Mr. Mayor? Yes, thank you. I guess I should say a few words because once you take the vote in a few minutes, it's history, and I'm not on the prevailing side, so this is the last time I'm going to be able to speak. When the folks talk about a walking community, I still don't understand that. I mean, if I'm standing in front of the police station and I want to walk east to someplace, does that mean that, it's still the same amount of steps if I'm walking. If I'm driving, it's not a walking. We're not talking about walking. So I'm confused on that. I'm also concerned that more than likely a number of streets will be closed off. People aren't going to be able to go on to 9 Mile Road. Don't know how many streets that might be. And they say it's because of the number of volume of cars going into, is that kind of right? The number of cars going on into 9 Mile Road?
Yeah, that's correct. There is a potential that once we go through the review with MDOT, that they may have us do some traffic calming techniques, which potentially could be closing some of the side streets or reducing some of the access points along that section that's reduced, where the lanes are reduced.
So clear my mind up for me. I live on whatever street. My house is right by 9 Mile Road. And I've lived there for 25 years. And I work downtown, Detroit. So at 6:30 in the morning, I get up, get in my car, go up one house to 9 Mile Road, turn right, and then get on the expressway. Now, if they close my street off, what I have to do is get in my car, put it in reverse, and go around the block to the next street, come up, and that one's not closed, though. So I can go on to 9 Mile Road. So explain to me, how does that control traffic? It's still one car not going on one street, but I can go over one other street and get on the 9 Mile Road.
Yeah, it's due to the number of traffic, the large amount of traffic that uses 9 Mile. And there's several access points along 9 Mile, just not the intersections, but you have several businesses, several driveway access points into those businesses as well. Usually with road diets, you don't want to have a lot of access points along the road diet. So but it's up to MDOT to make that decision because of the funding that we're getting from MDOT. It's not, that decision can't be made through us.
I'm sorry. We have to approve the plans, though. I've been concerned about this because I know it was mentioned as a possible calming tool. I don't have any reason to believe that MDOT is going to mandate that because I don't think a majority of council up here would agree to close off any streets. I know that I wouldn't. I don't think that's a realistic fear because I don't think this body would approve it. If they came back and made recommendations, I think we would only consider other calming traffic mechanisms.
And I guess we would have that discussion with MDOT during the GI meeting, but ultimately MDOT does have the final say on the plans because of federal funding being used on this project.
Final approval of our plans.
No, it would be final approval of the plans. MDOT has the final say on the design of the plan because it has to meet their design guidelines.
I understand. Are you saying that we could submit something and they could override our plans and
There is that possibility, yes.
I am under the impression from speaking with MDOT that that is not a realistic understanding. If it comes to that point, I certainly think we can have that discussion with MDOT. But like I said, the reason I wanted to bring this up is I don't think there's a realistic fear that we're going to shut down streets. Because I don't think, if I am wrong, please let me know, but I don't think anyone up here would support it. Personally. And I think when we're having the discussion, I don't want people to be misinformed about what the risks are with any change in the plans.
I actually wasn't done.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's all right. But you said that would have to come back. I have a perfect solution. If they say we're going to close off 3 streets, all we do is go back to 5 lanes. Right? The other thing I have is, and I've been around the block a few times, 87 years old today, another hour and a half. When people are concerned, why is that building still standing? It's been vacant for a year and a half. Well, we don't know what the hell the circumstances are. Maybe the guy wants too much money. Maybe it's dilapidated inside. So, when everybody says, well, I walked down 9 Mile Road and walked down Kelly Road and there's a lot of empty stores. Well, we don't know why it's empty. So why should that even go into the discussion of why we're going to do that? But, okay. Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I don't think I have anything else to say. Oh, yes, I do. I counted the number of folks who went up and spoke, and it was like 34-6. And I don't know what Kim got, what her count is. I don't even want to know right now. But 34-6. So, when we have a public hearing, maybe it's not worth for me to come and show up, because if it was 100-0, we would have voted 3-2 anyway. So what's the point of having everybody come if we're not going to listen to them? Yep. I'm done.
Councilman Baker?
Yes, I really had a question for our public safety. With this 3-lane proposal, just for those that may not have heard, or just to clarify anything that I may not have known, or maybe I see something incorrectly, but I know at one meeting you said that you guys needed the lanes that we currently have to get your trucks in and out. Do you see being able to still function with this proposed 3-lane design?
Thank you. No, not in front of the fire station. We are going to need all 5 lanes to back our ladder truck back into there, and also to make turns going out of our station to go either left or right with that ladder truck, because the bucket will swing out so far. Today, we were watching out the window. Traffic was backed up in that section that they're not supposed to be in, between the Dollar General and Pleasant. It was packed because traffic backed up beyond going eastbound, and so the people got stuck at that light. There was 4 or 5 cars stuck in there. We were not able to get out. So if the council just decides to do this, again, I cannot support it as the fire chief because of delays. At 2:30 in the morning, there may not be a delay. 2:30 in the afternoon, there's probably going to be a delay. Whether there's an accident, there's a Amazon truck. I just spent better part of 4 hours, Chief Haynes and I did, with fire chief from Ferndale. And I took her, we talked for a while. I took her for a drive around the city, and she said, this is not going to work, just because of how much it will slow us down with how the traffic is. And she said, once the Amazon trucks park, they're going to stop. That's going to force traffic into that center lane, because they're not going to have any place to go. She said the better viable thing would be the spot on Kelly between 9 Mile and Topher. She goes, that is a perfect walkable from her. She lives in Ferndale. She's right there. She says that is the perfect walkable place to have the restaurants and have those things, not on 9 Mile. And that was from the Ferndale fire chief. And our concern is that if they force blocking off roads, that's also going to possibly make the hydrants unusable on 9 Mile. We'll have to add hydrants on the side streets because we won't be able to access those hydrants because the road will be blocked. That's just another concern. And we'll have to go all the way around the block to get there. And then we won't be able to pull out. We're gonna have to back our trucks all the way back down the street because we won't be able to pull back out. And in the middle of winter, when people don't park in their driveways and the ruts on the street, it's terrible just to drive forward trying to get down the street with those trucks, because as big as they are and as heavy as they are, they get caught in those ruts and they start to slide around on the streets. It's just gonna be one problem after the next. So, again, personally, I could say it's the best plan ever for the city of Eastpointe, but as the fire chief, I cannot support it because it will cause delays, going up 9 Mile. We saw it again today with just the traffic right there. So if we were trying to go to the east, it would have blocked it all up. It was all blocked up. A couple weeks ago, going westbound, it was backed up beyond our station. And with those sanctuary islands that are in the middle of the road, we can't even use the center lane going westbound up to Gratiot, which blocks our lanes of travel. And then on the other side, there's only one lane. They have no place to go. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd had one last question just to clarify, because I know there are some people that believe that the police don't dispatch from the station. I know I've personally seen where there was a car chase and there was cars coming from the station. There were also cars that were already out on patrol. If I may, Chief, do you dispatch from the station at all?
To answer that, yes, we do. I think everybody here knows that Eastpointe is a very busy community. You know, I've only been here since July, so I'm the new one on the block. But I can tell you that we are extremely busy. The reason why we aren't in the subdivisions getting all the speeders is because we're handling serious crime. And when we're doing that, we don't always have the ability to be out on the streets. You know, we make arrests. We have to write police reports. We have juvenile situations from the school. You know, we are at a lot of different areas at a lot of different times, and a lot of times we have several officers. If we have 5 or 6 officers on the road, 3 of them may be in the station dealing with things inside the building when an armed robbery occurs or something happens somewhere else, and we need to get there. 9 Mile is our thoroughfare. 9 Mile is what we use to get everywhere in this city to protect people and to give them the service that we have promised to give them. Shorting 9 Mile down to 3 lanes, which I know that's what's going to happen tonight, but shorting it down to 3 lanes is going to cause issues, I promise you that. I've only been here a short period of time, but I've talked to these officers, I've talked to my command staff, and we all agree with the same thing. It's not the right thing to do for safety.
Thank you. That was my last question.
Sorry.
That's it.
All right, any other discussion?
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, yeah, some of these comments are similar to what we talked about a couple of years ago too, when we had this other study done I was talking about earlier, and we've considered a lot of this for quite some time now. And there is a lot to consider. Of course, everybody here is out here, you know, giving their opinion. And so, you know, it's very important to everybody. And I guess I just want to ask, why don't we build a community we can be proud of and want to brag about? Everyone, you know, a lot of people coming up here and talking about all the, you know, a lot of negative things about 9 Mile. Why don't we try and build something that we can be like, hey, we got a, you know, cooler city than you do, and try to do something. If we build 9 Mile again like it is now, I can see another 10 or 20 years from now, the same people are going to get up at hearing of the public and say there's nothing going on 9 Mile. Why don't we just try something new, plenty of other communities have done road diets. They have 3 lanes. You know, we won't be the first community to have 3 lanes, you know, on a road. Why don't we try something like that? You know, and talking about response from public safety, I mean, I had a very serious, and thank you all from all of our public safety. I had a ruptured brain aneurysm at the house here in Eastpointe. I mean, frankly, 3 out of 4 people die from those, but thank you to everyone here, everyone at the hospital, quick response time and all that, and I was saved. So I mean, I'm certainly taking everything into consideration about this. I want everyone going forward to have the same response. I want us to have, you know, great public safety, great downtown, great business climate, and looking at the business climate too, I mean, just think about downtowns we've talked about, or I've talked about quite a few of them. One of them, which seems to come up quite a bit, I haven't talked about in years, I think, but everyone else likes to talk about Ferndale. They must be doing something if everyone's talking so much about what's going on there. And if you drive through there, there's a lot of people walking around. But also, I mentioned, you know, we've got New Baltimore, we've got Mount Clemens, St. Clair Shores, Roseville's trying a new downtown. You know, they tried the road diet on Utica there. You know, doesn't happen overnight, but they've got some events going on there. And it's more friendly to drive through for sure. Hey, I didn't talk during anyone else's comments. You know, I let everyone else give their comments without interrupting. So, you know, I hope you'd give me the same respect. Everyone here wants a better community. Nobody's here saying like, you know, we should make it worse on purpose or anything. Everybody wants a better, you know, nobody wants to live in a community that's not good. I think everyone's trying to improve it. I think we've got a lot of great ideas, and if we bring them all together, I mean, certainly I wouldn't have come to what we've got right now without talking to all kinds of different people. I wouldn't be at this motion we're talking about right now. So thank you for all coming out again. Appreciate that. I'm going to continue to live here, so I certainly don't want to vote for something that's going to hurt the community. I'm not moving anywhere. I'm still going to be living here after this, you know. I think it's going to be the right thing for us. I think it's going to improve the business climate. Look at downtowns everywhere. You know, downtowns don't only have bars and restaurants and things. There's other, look at various corners in different downtowns. It's not only bars and restaurants, there's plenty of other businesses. People go there during the day, walk there at night, then they'll come back and hang out, and, you know, it'll be utilized for both. I think it can all work out. And we talked a little too about safety of like cars, you know, with 5, everyone's talking about how fast people go. When we have certain things like the refuge islands, which were actually a safety grant through MDOT, we put those in. This was around the time a pedestrian was hit and killed. Those are traffic calming techniques so people don't drive as quick. It's just like when, if a side street's smaller, people will drive slower because they, don't want to hit people. If it's bigger, you got more space and you can drive faster. A lot of people said there's nothing to walk to on 9 Mile. And I'm hoping we can fix that. A lot of people, I think, said that tonight. I've got that in my notes here. And someone specifically said we dig our heels in to stand still. I thought that was pretty interesting. I hope we just consider some things and can do an exciting project for the city. And so I guess that's why I'm in favor of this project. I think it'll be a thing we can brag about as Eastpointe residents.
All right. Anything else anyone wanted to add? Please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
No.
Councilmember Curley.
No.
All right, moving on to item B, approve the award of the 2024 to 2026 tree removal and maintenance program. Would anyone like to make a motion?
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move we award the 2024 to 2026 tree removal and maintenance program to the low bidder, Tree Services of Troy, 755 West Big Beaver Road, Suite 2020, Troy, Michigan 48084, on an as-needed basis based upon the unit prices provided within the bid.
A second.
Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes. Moving on to item C, approve the award for the water and sewer service line replacement program. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I'll move we award the water and service line replacement program to the low bidder, JJ Mish Incorporated, P.O. Box 680, Roseville, Michigan 48066, at the hourly rates provided in their bid, with the contract commencing on May 15, 2024, and the contract expiring on May 14, 2025.
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Moving on to item D, receive and file the 2023 Planning Commission Annual Report. Could I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Okay. Please call the roll.
I believe it was Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Moving on to item E, approve this special event application for the 25th Annual Cruise in Gratiot.
Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion that we approve the application for the 25th Annual Gratiot Cruise to be held June 13, 14, and 15.
I'll second that.
All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Moving on to item F, approval of attendance for the 2024 MML Capital Conference for Councilmember DeMonico.
So moved.
Support.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Moving on to payroll and bills. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Mayor, I move that we pay the bills in the amount of $3,328,177.29.
Second that.
Any questions? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes. Moving on to the second hearing of the public. The second hearing of the public is now open. Would anyone wish to be heard?
Karen Morajan, Eastpointe resident. So, while all this was going on, I was looking up median incomes for 2023, the age group being 25 to 44. Ferndale's is 91,000, Royal Oak is 114,000, Hazel Park is 73,000, and we are at a paltry 61,000. We do not have the nightlife, the businesses, the major grocery stores, let alone fresh produce stores to support this age group. We don't have the culture either to support it. The produce store that we used to have, Pete and Frank's, we lost them. And how can any of us ever forget the gangbangers from 7 Mile coming over to East Detroit High School? They weren't here for an education, they were here for free lunches. And all of us who've been around here for a while, we remember seeing on the news how that gang fight erupted and it just spilled out onto the streets. There were comments about how we're opposed to change, and that's not true. We're deeply concerned about safety. And, you know, those of us who spoke out against this, we just didn't hear anything to satisfy us that this would be something safe. There's been no guarantee for the safety of the residents. If you had that, then you would have found the willingness to support this. But again, the majority of us aren't convinced, okay? You took a vote the second time around. You just saw how basically everybody walked out because the will of the people were ignored. There are 5 of us here. I'm the only one that does not work for the city. We all have law degrees. In law school, I mean, long before I even graduated from law school, we took an oath to uphold, support, and defend the Constitution. And it is so imperative to listen to the will of the people. You just saw everybody walk out because they're pissed. It's like we showed up, we voiced our concerns, we were ignored. And that's essentially what you did. You ignored the will of the people.
You have about 30 seconds.
So, you know, I really hate to bring this to everybody's attention, but, you know, when the elections come around again, you're not going to have the support of the police and fire, and especially all the residents that walked out, and there's so many more that, you know, they've seen this. It's going to hit the newspapers. There's going to be a lot of backlash over this. I am so deeply disappointed you ignored the will of the people. The majority do not want this. The majority do not support it. Thank you, Councilman Curley, and thank you, Councilman Baker. You honored the will of the people. Thank you for standing up for us.
Would anyone else wish to be heard?
I just have one question too, again. You mentioned where the dieting of the roads have occurred. Did any of those, like in Ferndale and wherever, did they have police stations? Did they have fire stations on those roads that had to feed out into their traffic?
Thank you.
Craig Wadecki. I was just disappointed that the public safety representatives didn't share their opinions before the public started speaking. I think that would have really kept a lot of people here, I believe. And now that it's done, I certainly hope that this doesn't turn into the fiasco that's happening on Kelly Road with the buildings that the city purchased and they're sitting there empty. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to be heard? All right, seeing none, the hearing of the public is closed. Moving on to mayor and council reports. I guess we'll start with Councilmember DeMonico.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will certainly keep it quick here. I think we've obviously talked about 9 Mile, and I guess actually real quick before I just have one final thing about that. If anyone gives blood, please give blood. We need a lot of people to give blood. I did on Sunday. The Red Cross is, I know they seem to cry wolf, but this time it seems like it's even worse. So if you give blood, please get out there and do that. You can do the, why the 2 pints? Why can I not think of what it's called? You can give 2 pints. They give you like your
double red?
Yeah, double red. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Councilman Curley. Then you can just go every 16 weeks. But yeah, with 9 Mile, I think just the last thing I meant to say when some of the people were still left here, I've been elected, fortunately, to council a couple times, and I've thought about this with other topics we've had in front of us too, but I try to just vote on anything regardless of what might happen at the next election. If you don't want to vote for me next time over this issue, don't. That's your prerogative, but I'm just going to vote that what I think is, you know, in the best interest of the community. So, that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Shadlick.
I know we've discussed 9 Mile ad nauseum at this point, but I would like to say that I also voted my conscience what I thought was best, what I hope to bring forth some new life into that DDA area. This council previously had voted for that strategic planning, and I know, you know, they had a lot of good ideas. It's my sincere hope that we can develop that 9 Mile corridor so that we can bring businesses and retain the businesses that we have. It's very important to me. And with respect to the Arts and Cultural Diversity Commission, they met recently. They've made some plans for Black History Month on Mondays at the library, and that information, I believe, is on the website, so if anyone's interested in attending. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Baker.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I know I heard 1 or 2 comments about the parks and people wanting to see things in the parks. So if those residents are watching, I would encourage that they come to the Parks Commission meeting to voice their concerns, the things that they see. I am liaison to the Parks Commission, and I know that they do a walkthrough of the parks every year to see what's going on. But those that are utilizing certain equipment, I think would give a good perspective as to some things that need to be done. I think that all of us that are the parks commissioners and myself, none of us use the slides or the swings. So if there is an issue, I think it's good to at least come out and let the parks commissioners know, and I can also pass it along at the next meeting. I know someone mentioned about a basketball court, and my understanding is that there is some discussion about possibly another court going up somewhere in the city at one of the schools, but I don't think that is finalized yet. So I don't want to say it's going to happen, where it's going to happen if it's not finalized. Lastly, I know we talk about attracting young families, and of course we want young families to come. But I also don't want anybody that's elderly to feel like they're not welcomed here. I know people who have come here to retire, people that I've known well over 20 or 30 years, and they look at this as a nice place to settle down, nice and quiet neighborhoods. So I just want to encourage us to be careful when we say that we want to attract young families, to make sure that we don't make anyone feel like they're not welcomed here as well. And I know that's not what's intended, but I just think that we have to be careful how we say it. It wasn't stated at this table necessarily, but I know some comments that came across from the podium made mention of just attracting young families. And of course we want young families to come here, but I think we just have to be careful that we don't make anybody feel excluded. So, but with that, happy birthday, Councilman Curley.
Thank you.
And I was fortunate to celebrate a birthday a few days ago myself, 45 years young, so, or old, depending on which side of that you want to look at. So, but that's it. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Curley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First thing first, probably need to get somebody over to the park to check that swing out. It's great that it would go to your meeting, but somebody could use it on Friday and get hurt, and we'll have to find $1 million someplace. So please go over there tomorrow and see if we can't fix it or put something on it, and don't use it until it is fixed. I'm going to go home saddened, but you know, we have to move on. There are so many things that this city is going to be facing shortly. And for instance, are we going to bond we're going to be building a new police department and a courthouse soon. And I should turn on my thing. So that's important that we work together to get that done. I got a few phone calls that there may be some problems with the people who got the licenses for medical marijuana. It looks like that's going to be a serious problem, and it looks like it might not come off. This council may be approached to do something different for them and with them. So I think that's it. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go home and enjoy my last hour, maybe a glass of Diet Pepsi or something like that.
Thank you. I'll be brief. You know, I don't want it to be overshadowed. Happy Black History Month. I do encourage people to reflect on that this month. Happy birthday, Harvey.
Thank you.
Regarding 9 Mile, I'll just say quickly, I feel like most of our goals essentially align. I do believe some changes will make the city safer and I think more attractive, and it'll be a healthier place for us to live. I think we have the same goals for the most part up here on council. I think we just have different opinions on how we get there. So I do appreciate everyone that came out. I think it's tough to have a discussion on something as large as this, but I think everyone, for the most part, seemed to be pretty respectful, and I appreciate that. Lastly, I just want to give my condolences to the family of Trey O'Neill. He was 21 years old. He would have been 22, I believe, tomorrow. He passed away this past week, and I happened to work with his Deputy O'Neill downtown, and I just wanted to offer my condolences and ask people to keep them, that family in your thoughts. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley? Yes. Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Not working. Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Kleinfeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Shadlick?
Yes.
Meeting adjourned at 10:57.